miaka 60. Chuo chetu kilianza mwaka 1963, leo hii 2023 tumetimiza miaka 60. Kwa hiyo tunaandaa shughuli ambayo ni symposium tarehe 16 ambayo itakuwa siku ya Alhamisi mwezi wa 11 2023 kwa ajili ya kumbukizi ya miaka 60 chuo chetu. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa na mdahalo wa kuangalia tumetoka wapi, tuko wapi, nataka chuo chetu kiende wapi. Kwa hiyo tumealika wadau mbalimbali, wahitimu wa chuo hiki, watumishi wa mbalimbali, mashirika mbalimbali. Tunakaribisha sana mje siku hiyo tarehe 16 Novemba, mshiriki na sisi tutakuwa na mdahalo mzuri, lakini vile vile siku hiyo mchana tunakuwa na mkutano wa mwaka wa alumni, wale watu wote waliosoma Muhimbili. Lakini kumbukizi hii chuo chetu tutamalizia siku ya tarehe 18 ambayo itakuwa Jumamosi. Tutakuwa na shughuli ya kukimbia, kutembea, wanaita fun run. Kwa hiyo mnakaribishwa sana siku hiyo ya Jumamosi, tusherekee matunda ya chuo chetu kutimiza miaka 60. Karibuni sana. Mimi naitwa Profesa Polinari Kamuhabwa, ni kaimu makamu mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili. Ninapenda kutoa taarifa kwa umma kwamba chuo chetu cha Muhimbili mwaka huu kimetimiza miaka 60. Chuo chetu kilianza mwaka 1963, leo hii 2023 tumetimiza miaka 60. Kwa hiyo tunaandaa shughuli ambayo ni symposium tarehe 16 ambayo itakuwa siku ya Alhamisi mwezi wa 11 2023 kwa ajili ya kumbukizi ya miaka 60 chuo chetu. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa na mdahalo wa kuangalia tumetoka wapi, tuko wapi, nataka chuo chetu kiende wapi. Kwa hiyo tumealika wadau mbalimbali, wahitimu wa chuo hiki, watumishi wa mbalimbali, mashirika mbalimbali. Tunakaribisha sana mje siku hiyo tarehe 16 Novemba, mshiriki na sisi tutakuwa na mdahalo mzuri, lakini vile vile siku hiyo mchana tunakuwa na mkutano wa mwaka wa alumni, wale watu wote waliosoma Muhimbili. Lakini kumbukizi hii chuo chetu tutamalizia siku ya tarehe 18 ambayo itakuwa Jumamosi. Tutakuwa na shughuli ya kukimbia, kutembea, wanaita fun run. Kwa hiyo mnakaribishwa sana siku hiyo ya Jumamosi, tusherekee matunda ya chuo chetu kutimiza miaka 60. Karibuni sana.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to our third and last day of NCD Scientific Conference. I want to believe that all of us had a very fruitful days, and we still have some more things for you. Today, as we have seen the timetable, we will have right now we'll start with a keynote address, and then we'll have oral presentation in the 4 different rooms as we have already usually have. Since we have already had breakfast, if you look at the timetable, you see that after the oral we're supposed to have breakfast, but we have taken the time for that time that was allocated have it in the morning, so we won't have another healthy break there. We'll go straight to satellite session. I would like you to note that in the timetable we have 4 satellite sessions, but unfortunately the last one that we were supposed to take place at Mkomanzi Hall, rehabilitation satellite session, won't be around. We won't have that one. So we'll have only 3 satellite sessions. The satellite session for rehabilitation, due to circumstances that beyond our ability to solve, it won't be around. So we'll have the one for NIMBRI, one for TAN-CDA, and the other one for TDA. And after the satellite session, we will go direct to lunch. After lunch, we'll go back to the oral parallel presentation. Now will take place in the 4 different halls as usual. And then this will take us until until 3 in the afternoon, 3:30, and we will have our closing ceremony. And I would like to urge every one of us should be in the closing ceremony. This is where we hear the recommendation of what have been taking place through this 3 days, and we can all see and agree that what we have put together is what we come out of this 3 days event. So those are the announcements for today. As we said, we have a first aid room. Anyone who needs a first aid service should go outside, ask one of the usher, and they will show you where the first aid room is. Now we go straight to the presentation of today, the keynote address. And our keynote, the person who is going to give us the keynote address is Professor Joseph Mukumbutsi. Can I welcome him at the front now? Karibu sana. We can. I'm going to give some few things about him. There are a lot of, his bio has done a lot of things, but we can just see a little bit of him. Professor Joseph Mukumbus is a chief consultant, pediatrician, and cardiologist at King Faisal Hospital, Kigali, Endeavour Medical Center, and associate professor of pediatric, University of Rwanda. As the first pediatrician cardiologist in the country that is Rwanda, and coordinator of the National Cardiac Surgery Program, he has collaborated with the Ministry of Health in Rwanda, and International Humanitarian Surgical Visiting Team to build up comprehensive cardiac care service in Rwanda. Professor Mukumbusi has been an active in different national and international research projects and publication on cardiovascular diseases, mainly on congenital and rheumatic heart disease, screening, prevention, and surgical outcome. He has been a speaker and session chairperson during the World Cardiology Congresses and Pan-African Society of Cardiology, PASCO, Congresses over the last 15 years. Professor Mukumbusi is the founder and president of Rwanda Heart Foundation, a member of an executive board of African Heart Network and Pan-African Society of Cardiology. He's also a founder member of the currently and chair of Rwanda NCD Alliance and chair of the NCD Alliance East African. Professor Mukumbusi also is an author, a co-author, and peer-reviewed article and book chapter, and has been the chief editor and currently deputy chief editor of Rwanda Medical Journal and main peer-reviewed open access medical journal in the country since 2006. Those are just few things about him, and I think after we have heard what he's representing, we can all agree that is the perfect person to speak about air pollution and cardiovascular diseases. That is the topic of our today. We can put our hands together for Professor Mukumbusi. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. I would like to thank the organizers of this wonderful regional and city conference for the honor given to me to speak at this plenary session. So, air pollution and cardiovascular diseases is the topic. We know very well that air pollution also cause a lot of other NCDs, but I will focus mainly on cardiovascular diseases. As you can see, the burden of cardiovascular diseases is really high, more than 20 million deaths per year in 2021. And it is projected that 1 in 5 adults between 30 and 70 years will die from cardiovascular diseases. And 32% of all deaths globally are from CVDs. What is worrying is that the major groups affected by cardiovascular diseases, the trends show that it is more the under 55, people in low and middle income countries, and in some high income countries. The good news, if it is a good news, is that up to 80% of those deaths by cardiovascular disease could be prevented if we take care of the main risk factor, which you know, tobacco, of course, diabetes, high blood pressure, obesity, but also air pollution. Not to forget, in our countries, rheumatic fever and rheumatic heart disease. A third of the death from the leading NCDs has been shown to be linked to outdoor and household air pollution. It means 7 million people who die prematurely every year. 34% from ischemic heart disease, 21% from pneumonia, but 20% from stroke, 19% from COPD, and 7% from lung cancer. 20% of all CVD deaths, more than 3 million a year, are from air pollution. When you look at the level of air pollution in causing NCDs, you see that in high-income countries, tobacco has the highest place because air pollution is quite controlled. When you go down to the upper middle-income countries, then you see air pollution going up very much, as well as tobacco, but also obesity. In lower middle income countries, air pollution is becoming predominant. And even in the low income countries, air pollution is leading. In this very complicated graph, this is to show that in males or females, cardiovascular death attributable to air pollution are mainly air pollution and tobacco in male, while in female, air pollution is still on the top. Air pollution has been considered as quite neglected until quite recently. And it is only from the Lancet Commission on Pollution and Health that they have started showing the importance of air pollution. They were the first one to document the global burden of disease caused by pollution, as well as the great economic cost due to pollution. Pollution prevention has been shown it can advance many of the SDGs and could even slow climate change. There were some key events, including the UN Environment Assembly convened in Nairobi in 2017, which was the first one to issue a pollution-free planet call. And in 2018, the WHO Global Conference on Air Pollution was one of the key steps to consider the urgency of talking and handling pollution. And the Director General of WHO was saying that at that meeting that no one, rich or poor, can escape air pollution. It is a silent public health emergency. And I'm sure that a lot of people do not think in that terms about the importance of pollution. But what is air pollution? First of all, the highest level of air pollution have been shown to be in the Eastern Mediterranean region and Southeast Asia, meaning an annual mean levels of more than 5 times the WHO limits. But they are followed by the low-income countries, cities in Africa and Western Pacific. So our cities are in the third group of the most affected by air pollution. The most common air pollutants are mainly the particulate matters, but also ozone, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and now they're talking of black carbon from diesel burning. So the main one is particulate matters, which are between 2.5 and 10 micrometers. And those are the ones which play a role in most of the NCDs: cardiovascular disease, stroke, lung cancer, COPD, but also respiratory infections, and type 2 diabetes, pregnancy outcome, and linked infant mortality are among the most important NCDs, diseases caused by particulate matters. This is, I imagine, too small, but it is showing that the target organ affected by air pollution, from the brain through the eyes, heart, lung, liver, blood, pancreas, gastrointestinal tracts, urogenital, so all parts of the body can be affected by air pollution. This is to try to show how it works from the pollutant inhaled in lung to the cardiovascular disease, morbidity, and mortality. The particulate matters are inhaled depending on the size of those pollutants. They're inhaled through the lungs and are going to cause different mechanisms of disease, which is inflammation and oxidative stress in the lung. From there, it is going to be transmitted to the cardiovascular system and are going to enter the circulation with transmission of inflammatory and oxidative mediators. That's how the heart is affected, altering the rhythm of the heart, increased susceptibility to ischemia, but also blood constriction, poor relaxation of the vessels, stiffening, and increased blood pressure. Not to forget the important mechanism of coagulation, which is increased, and fibrinolysis, which is decreased. So all those mechanisms will lead to either accelerate the development of new cardiovascular diseases, but also trigger acute cardiovascular events like heart attack and stroke. the mechanisms have been quite well studied now. It is shown that the risk of cardiovascular diseases increased by 1 to 2% per every 10 microgram of by cubic meter increase in the concentration of PM 2.5. In the short-term exposure, you will have the acute events like myocardial infarction, stroke, and acute heart failure. But long-term exposure has been shown to increase the risk of CVD through arteriosclerosis process, but also increased markers of vulnerability of the plaque rupture, which is the cause of acute myocardial infarction. And again, that is how it causes all those diseases in the cardiovascular system. There are risk groups are considered as susceptible groups, those above 60 with different risk factors of NCDs, including obesity, diabetes, hypertension, pulmonary disease, and arteriosclerosis, and are considered vulnerable those who are exposed to very high levels of pollution from industries, heavy traffic, agricultural burning, and burning of solid fuel. As I said, in patients with existing cardiovascular disease, it will trigger acute events like heart attack, stroke, or sudden death. While in healthy individuals, we have an increased risk of developing new cardiovascular diseases. It has also been shown that children under 5 are at a higher risk, and that it will lower the life expectancy by 4 to 5 years. In Africa, studies have been also conducted. Here I'm showing a study in some of our main capital cities, Nairobi, Addis Ababa, and Kampala, where you see that the peak of unhealthy air pollution is going to be between 6 and 9 in the morning and above 6 p.m., which means it is mainly linked to road traffic emission, which are due also, of course, linked to rapid urbanization, to industry development, to solid waste burning, and those are considered as the main source of air pollution in the African capital city. Some studies have shown also that 98% of school children in Africa are exposed to particulate matters of 2.5, very much superior to WHO guidelines, compared to 52% in developed countries. And studies show also that household air pollution is highly prevalent in the East African region and the Nile Basin Africa countries, except Egypt. That's a recent study in 2023. Another study has shown that in a country like Kenya, you have 65% of the families are using wood stove to cook the food. And it is even more at 86% in the rural areas, while it become less at 21% in urban areas. But in any case, globally in Africa, traditional cooking practices expose, of course, mainly women to high risk of cardiovascular diseases linked to air pollution. So Africa is also involved. what can we do as health professional, as doctors, and if you have patients, you can advise them to, first of all, here I'm showing a questionnaire you can use to assess the level of risk of your patient, just assessing the level of high household air pollution, outdoor air pollution, which will give you an idea of the level of exposure. That can be a tool to use in clinical practice. But strategies to reduce the personal risk can use also methods like personal mask for people who live in very highly polluted air. You can use home air filtration. You can avoid as much as possible the peak of air pollution. It has been shown that you cannot stop people to exercise even if air is polluted, because it has been shown that the benefits are higher than the risk. There are people who have even proposed some dietary supplements to try decrease the impact of air pollution. And in some categories of patients should stay indoor when there is the highest peak of air pollution. But all those, of course, we know that in our settings, it is difficult to apply all those. But you can try to educate your patients. If you have access to automated air pollution alert network or mobile phone applications, you can receive warning from the stations where it exists from the network. But patients, as I said, can be also encouraged to wear personal filters when it is the highest peak of pollution. That's what they do now in Tokyo, in China. They wear masks in most of the places. You are supposed to keep your windows closed and use air filtration devices and central air condition, but we know that not everyone has access to that. The other thing we can do, we as advocates for the prevention and control of NCDs, is advocacy for establishing and enforcing air quality standards. We can advocate for the reduction of power plant emissions, transition to clean fuels and renewable energy sources, some zoning laws, fuel efficiency standards for automobile, and improved access to public transportation. That's what countries try to do to mitigate the air pollution burden. You need to refer to the global targets, which are very well defined, but most of international agencies, and I'm giving here the example of the World Heart Federation, have started campaign to try reduce air pollution, raise awareness about it, and I recommend this air pollution policy brief if you are interested by cardiovascular diseases and air pollution. Of course, WHO is also on track, and we have in different regions updated region strategies. Here I'm giving the example of the one issued for the African region in 2022 2023, which is the document guiding the management of environmental determinants of human health in the Africa region from WHO. Ideally, that's what we should do. You should have very clear zone for industries, for residency. You should use common transport. You should install pedestrian and cycle-friendly network, green spaces, clean fuel technologies for household energy, electric vehicles, and ideally make sure that all use the power generation from the wind, for example. So those are the solutions that developed countries are installing in their countries. And it is efficient. They have reduced the level of air pollution in their countries. But in Africa, we still have a long way to go. But it is our role to advocate for some progress in our countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mukumbutsi, for that very informative presentation. Now, because of time, I will welcome some few questions. Just few questions. I'll take 3 right now. If you have any questions, just few questions, or comment, and then we can continue. Any question, comment? Yes, Professor Bruno, and then Madam there.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the wonderful presentation, and I think this is very much enlightening. My question is on the paradox. I say paradox because as public health people working for public health and trying as much as possible to prevent non-communicable diseases, we emphasize people to work outdoors. And increasingly, we see people running in groups along the highways, in open space, not so much emphasizing on the preventive measures against air pollution. For example, the contaminations that comes out of the cars, for example, and that kind of a thing. And in your presentation, you emphasized on patients. Patients should not be exposed to this, patients should not be exposed to this. As far as I'm concerned, the cumulative effect of normal people before they are even patients is even more important. What would you comment on this? As much as we wish people to work outdoor for their own health to prevent non-communicable diseases, but clearly there is also another high risk of them to be exposed to similar kind of non-communicable diseases we want to prevent in the same place. That's why I say it's a paradox, but how do you strike a balance in that?
So thank you very much, Prof, for your question. So what I tried to show is that, so I insisted on patients because we are first of all healthcare providers. And I showed also that patients who have already NCDs are more at risk to suffer from the impact of air pollution. So those are the ones who are going to have acute events like myocardial infarction, heart attack, or even sudden death. For me, it is a priority because those are immediately at risk. For the healthy people, I showed that it is a cumulative effect over long-term exposure. And protecting them is what I finished with. How should be our cities? How should be, so public transport, green spaces for walk and sports. So it should be recommended to do cycling and so on in green spaces, not near the roads where you are breathing polluted air. But as I said, it is shown that you shouldn't discourage people to go and run and cycle because there is air pollution. If you are healthy, it has been shown that the benefits of sports and physical activity is higher than the risk of exposure to pollutants. So the balance is that one. Let us try to have cleaner cities. Let us try to take care of our patients at risk, and if possible, build up healthier environments. But it is a challenge, we know, because of our lower income countries.
Thank you so much. There's the madam there, and one more question there. You can take that one, that madam there, and the last person is that one. Thank you so much. That upstairs.
Thank you very much, Prof, for an enlightening presentation. I have two questions for you. One is with regards to the estimated increment of the burden of NCDs in the coming 20 years in sub-Saharan Africa. Can we consider air pollution as the strongest risk factor driving this burden? And my second question is, when we compare the classical risk factors for NCDs that we know, like obesity and so forth, can we really give air pollution that much of an importance? Because as I know, indoor, for instance, indoor cooking and firewoods have been there before 1990, and then we see the increment of the burden of NCD after 1990s. Can you please comment on this? Thank you.
What was the first question he's asking?
Okay, so in any case, my comment about, that's why I was saying air pollution is a silent killer that we don't consider. Until 2015, no one was really thinking that it had an impact. And now, people do not know enough. We need to talk about it more. And as I said, any pre-existing risk factor for NCDs is going to be worsened by exposure to high levels of air pollution. And you don't smell it, you don't feel it. People do not think about it. So I'm saying, let us shout about it, let us raise awareness about it. As you talk about tobacco, talk about air pollution. As you talk about obesity, talk about air pollution. Because those people with all those risk factors, we suffer more from air pollution. So it is the general comment I would make.
We can use the mic on the table, please. It's working. All question has been answered, right? Yes. The gentleman over there, and then there was the last guy behind you. First, the gentleman on the front.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor, for that very nice and educative presentation on the link between air pollution and cardiovascular disease. My question is on data. In your opinion, do we have enough data in Africa to, to provide a platform for policymakers in Africa to respond appropriately to the burden of air pollution in Africa? And if we don't have enough data, what are the gaps? Where should we focus our efforts in terms of generating enough data that will help Ministry of Health to respond appropriately to the burden of air pollution in this continent?
Thank you very much for the question. We don't have enough data. There are just few studies, as I shown, who have been conducted in some cities, but there is no systematic air quality surveillance in most of our countries. And still, it has been shown that the equipment for that is not very expensive. It's just sensors you can buy installed in most of the corner of the country, and you will have continuous monitoring of the air quality. And that's where you have those data. That's where you can warn the population saying there's going to come a peak of air pollution, or people who are sensitive, please pay attention. So we don't have enough data. And the only way to have them is to have a specific department to look at that, at environment, and to have sensors and continuous monitoring. But the problem to raise the interest of policymakers, I don't think it is the data. I think it is also, the problem is more also the competing priorities we have in our agendas. Thank you.
There was a gentleman at the back. Can you ask your question? Can you make it brief, please?
Hello? Yes, thank you, Prof, for the nice and exciting talk on this important topic, especially in our setting. So in my perspective, I found some of the solutions that are being proposed, they are not realistic in our context, especially in low and middle income countries. And therefore, we are going to have a problem of implementing them on the long run. What's your comment on that? Thank you.
My comment is that with political will, it is possible to start. Let me give an example. In my country, in Rwanda, they have now decided to promote electric cars and motorbike. The incentive is not to remove the tax. So now, in 1 year, people are importing electric or hybrid cars. So there are decisions you can take. And surveillance of air pollution is something you can do. It is not a big budget. It is also a problem of political decision. When we talk about clean cooking, again, incentives can promote the use of gas instead of wood stove. In Rwanda, we are doing it. Now it is subsidized, and gas is now spreading in most of the cities. So it is a matter of, you can start. You need to start somewhere. And it is possible. So let us not say it is too much expensive, will never happen in our country. It can happen. So we need to advocate about that. We need to say it. We need to shout about it. That's what I would answer.
Thank you so much. I know there are some people who have many questions, but because of time, we cannot continue. I will request that the professor is around. You can just go straight to him and give him your question. I will be able to respond. We can put our hands together for Professor Joseph Mkubusi, please. Thank you so much, Professor. Asante sana. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. Omari Buguyu, who is going to introduce somebody who will do a presentation for about 10 minutes before we go to parallel session. Karibu sana.
Okay, good morning once again. We just borrowed 10 minutes of your from your time today. We know you have busy schedules, but we have Dr. Kiran Dintara, who is an experienced physician and has a vast experience on stress and stress management. This is food for thought, and this is cure all self-care for ourselves. So you want to take us through, giving us some techniques on stress management, and probably this will save our lives one day. So, Dr. Kilan, please, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes for the session. Karibu sana.
Wow. Hello? Everyone can hear me? Okay, good, great. First of all, thanks to Tanzania for welcoming me to come here and talk and share this stage. It's an honor. Thanks to Health Minister Ms. Umi, Dr. Pascal, the guest of honor here, as well as all the great people here. So the other day, people who attended the session when I was there, we talked about stress, how big of a problem it is. I say that stress is a pandemic that is far worse and bigger than COVID. It can lead to what I call the 7 deadly consequences, health consequences like heart disease, migraines, hypertension, diabetes, cancer, autoimmune diseases, so many problems. Relationship consequences, relationship breakdowns, divorces, conflict at home, at work, addictions, accidents. You keep adding all that. It's a huge problem and leads to many, many diseases. And I also promised on that day to solve the stress problem that we have in Tanzania, in this world. We need a solution, and I'm going to share that simple solution with you. What I call is the happiness formula. I promised it the other day, and now I'm going to share it. So, you all ready for the happiness formula? Okay. Remember, 4, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Again, 4, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. So what is that? 4 stands for 4 forces that pull you out of despair. There are situations in life where we are hopeless. We go through a dark tunnel. Everything looks like, oh, what's my life? It's not going well. And during that time, when you use these 4 forces, you can pull yourself out of that. And 2 is 2 powerful pillars that act as a foundation on which you can build a lasting peace and joy in your life. 1 stands for a simple understanding. Once you understand it, all the stress dissolves. It goes away as if nothing existed. Fear, worry, anger, all these negative emotions dissolve. So that is 4, 2, 1. Okay? Now 3, 2, 1. 3 stands for 3 principles. 2 stands for 2 relaxation exercises. 1 stands for a calming technique. When you practice this system, this 3-2-1 system. Even 10 to 15 minutes a day, you will win in your life. You'll be happy. You'll be at peace. You'll find balance. You'll perform better. You will sleep better at night. So many things. And a simple solution like this is the only solution to solve a big problem. If the problem is too big and also the solution is too complex, it's not going to work. You need something that you can just practice 10 to 15 minutes a day, and that should solve your problem. Okay, now, very quickly, let us dive into these components. We are short on time. So the four forces are hope, faith, patience, endurance. I want everyone to say it. Hope, faith, patience, endurance. In life, there are times when we are going through a tunnel of despair. We are in the pit of misery where we are like totally dark, sad, depressed. But remember, there is always hope. Hope is always there. I can tell you, based out of my experience going through so many challenges in my life, as well as helping thousands of people in my life, that there is always hope. You may not know the solution right now, in this moment, but there is a solution probably a day from now, a month from now, a year from now, that you don't know yet. Like COVID, for example. It took a couple of years for us to overcome it, right? So sometimes life problems are like that. It takes time. So be hopeful always. The second force is faith. Have faith, whether it is in your religion, whether it is in God, whether it is in people, whatever it is, have faith that things are going to work. This universe is made abundant, not scarce. There's always so much available. Have faith. Things will work out. Number three, third force is patience. Today, we live in this modern technological world. What I call is Amazon Prime world, especially in America. We click something and then we get it the next day. We want everything to be done very quickly in life. But life doesn't work like that. It takes time. You need to be patient. Things will come out. You will come out of the dark tunnel of despair. And the fourth force is endurance. What is endurance? Endurance is your capacity to withstand challenges, stay strong, and keep moving forward. Remember, life is not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's a marathon. To win a marathon, you need endurance. How do you develop that endurance? Keep fighting, never give up. Develop resilience, strength. Now, four forces, then. Two pillars. The two pillars are innate health and resiliency. Innate health means it is your natural state of mental well-being where you are peaceful and joyful. You are born that way. Every single one of you in this room, no matter your age, no matter your color, no matter which country you are in, you are born peaceful and joyful. That is who you are. You are complete. But what happens as we grow forward in life is when the little kid starts growing, their happiness gets conditioned. So initially we are born with what I call is unconditional happiness. We are just happy as we are. Look at the little kids, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds. As long as their physiological needs are met. But as we keep growing, oh, I want the toy, only then I can be happy. And later I want that car, then I can be happy. And then something else, I want a house or whatever it is. Then only I can be happy. You keep adding list to your happiness. And soon you can't be happy without the things of this world. So then you realize, oh, wait. No. Let me go back to my unconditional happiness where I was born with. That is your innate health. You can access it right now. I can tell by experience. I don't have time to give more examples, but resilience is the second pillar. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from stress back to peace. Stress back to peace. We all are resilient, born resilient. Okay? I'm going to end my talk in 2 minutes. So, 4, 2, I told you now, 1. One is a simple understanding about stress. What is stress? People think stress is, oh, too much pressure, deadlines, my boss, my wife, my husband, this, that. They equate stress to all that, but the truth of the matter is, stress is a state of mind that you are unhappy. You are miserable. It is a state of mind. Stress is a state of mind. And it is created through stagnation of thoughts. When you keep thinking about things, whatever it is, and worried, fearful, you attach yourself to some kind of negative emotion or thought. It broods inside your head. And that creates stress. And the more you understand this point, the easier it will be for you to dissolve stress. That is 4 to 1. So the next part, 3 to 1, is 3 principles to relaxation, etc. Practice the techniques, the 3 to 1 system. Again, thanks so much.
Thank you so much. We wish we had all the time because the things are very interesting. It's important to know how we manage our stress. Now we have come to this session of keynote presentation. We are going direct to the parallel session, oral presentation. In the different rooms, there's a session in this room and in the other 3 rooms. We know we have been here for 3 days, so we will know where we are. Just to remind you that after the parallel session, we are going to have satellite session. In the timetable, it shows that we will have 4 satellite session, but unfortunately, 1 satellite session won't be available. The satellite session on rehabilitation, it won't take place. This one was supposed to take place at Mkomazi Hall, so we won't have a satellite session of rehabilitation. And the satellite session will go straight after the oral presentation. There won't be any tea break because we have already had our breakfast in the morning. So after the oral presentation, we'll go direct to the satellite session. We will have 3 satellite sessions from NIMRI, from TANCDA, and from TDA. So thank you very much. We can now break and go to a different room for the parallel session. And I would like to welcome the chairperson of this hall, and we'll go straight to the presentation. I believe the chairperson is Dr. Fatema Zahra. And the rest we can go to the other parallel sessions of your choice. We have 3 halls. This one main hall. We have Mikumi Hall. We have Ruha Hall and Mkomazi Hall. So we can choose from the one. Yes, welcome, Dr. Fatma.
Chuo chetu cha Muhimbili mwaka huu kimetimiza miaka 60. Chuo chetu kilianza mwaka 1963, leo hii 2023 tumetimiza miaka 60. Kwa hiyo tunaandaa shughuli ambayo ni symposium tarehe 16 ambayo itakuwa siku ya Alhamisi mwezi wa 11 2023 kwa ajili ya kumbukizi ya miaka 60 chuo chetu. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa na mdahalo wa kuangalia tumetoka wapi, tuko wapi.
Kaimu makamu mkuu wa chuo, utafiti na ushauri. Ningependa kuwakaribisha nyote katika siku ya tarehe 16 mwezi Novemba mwaka 2023 ambapo tunakwenda kuadhimisha maadhimisho miaka 60 tangu kuanzishwa kwa chuo chetu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili. Katika maadhimisho haya tutakuwa na kongamano kubwa ambalo litahusisha wadau mbalimbali kujadili historia tulipotoka na tunapotaka kuelekea katika miaka mingine 100 ya chuo chetu. Sambamba na maadhimisho haya kutakuwa pia na maonesho mbalimbali ambapo tutakuwa tuna huduma za afya bure kwa wananchi kama sehemu ya kutoa mchango wetu kwa wananchi katika masuala mbalimbali ya afya. Lakini vile vile kutakuwa kuna maonesho ya tafiti na mazao mbalimbali ya tafiti zinazofanyika katika chuo kikuu cha Muhimbili. Tunawakaribisha nyote tujumuike pamoja kuweza kusherehekea miaka 60 ya uwepo wa chuo kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili. Asanteni sana.
Kaimu makamu mkuu wa chuo kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili. Ninapenda kutoa taarifa kwa umma kwamba chuo chetu cha Muhimbili mwaka huu kimetimiza miaka 60. Chuo chetu kilianza mwaka 1963, leo hii 2023 tumetimiza miaka 60. Kwa hiyo tunaandaa shughuli ambayo ni symposium tarehe 16 ambayo itakuwa siku ya Alhamisi mwezi wa 11 2023 kwa ajili ya kumbukizi ya miaka 60 chuo chetu. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa na mdahalo wa kuangalia tumetoka wapi, tuko wapi, nataka chuo chetu kiende wapi. Kwa hiyo tumealika wadau mbalimbali, wahitimu wa chuo hiki, watumishi wa mbalimbali, mashirika mbalimbali. Tunakaribisha sana mje siku hiyo tarehe 16 Novemba, mshiriki na sisi tutakuwa na mdahalo mzuri.
Adamu Kilungu, Lucy Mrema, Noemi Bazanini, and we will be having 2 virtual presentations by Nasiru Zurmi and Adamu Kilungu. So each presenter will be given 10 minutes of presentation, and we will be addressing a Q&A session at the end of the presentation. So we can start with the first presenter. Welcome.
So thank you so much, Chair, for this opportunity this morning. And as introduced, my name is William Kengui, and I'm from the Kilimanjaro Clinical Research Institute. And this morning, I'm delighted to talk about alcohol. I know it's Friday, and we are done with the NCD conference, and everybody probably thinking about this is going to be a TGIF. You know, thank God it's Friday, and they're thinking about having a sip. But without further ado, our study was about understanding the impact and perceptions of alcohol use in the northern part of Tanzania, and we did a mixed method study to attain this. So this is quickly the outline of my presentation. It's going to have 6 good points, and this is the first part. So in the next 3 slides, I will be telling you guys about the burden of alcohol in the country, in Africa, and globally in Africa and in Tanzania. So alcohol alone attributes to about 5.1% of disability-adjusted life years. And roughly, around 3 million deaths are due to harmful alcohol use. Now, all of us here in the room will agree that alcohol is one of the modifiable risk factors for a lot of medical conditions. Alcohol is related to cardiovascular conditions, chronic kidney diseases, liver cirrhosis and malignancies of the liver, and last but not least, some mental conditions and some injuries. Not only is alcohol a modifiable risk factor for a lot of conditions, but alcohol contributes to many deaths. This is a beautiful picture which unwinds the world to us, the 7 continents, and you can see anything in green shows the burden of alcohol. So you can see even in Asian countries, alcohol causes a lot of deaths, around 100,000. And in Africa and in Tanzania, we have a green zone of deaths due to alcohol. So this is a problem, and it needs public health attention. But this is also another beautiful picture which shows the disability-adjusted life years due to alcohol. Again, anything in red is bad. And you can also see again here that in Asian countries, in Europe and Middle East, and as well as Sub-Saharan Africa, the disability-adjusted life years due to alcohol are very high. So let's come back closer to home. According to the WHO report of 2019, our country ranked the 5th with regard to alcohol use, and the per capita consumption of alcohol by then was around 18.4. The recent WHO report, which I think was 1 month or 2 months past, shows that our country has moved from the 5th country in Eastern Africa to the 2nd country after Uganda, and the 3rd country in this region. So this is saying that we have advanced, we have moved closer to having the highest per capita consumption of alcohol. This is a beautiful histogram that shows our trend of alcohol consumption from 2010 to 2019. You can see that the trend is fluctuating. From 2019, our per capita consumption of alcohol was 6.95, and in 2019 was 7.89, and now it has risen to roughly around 10.4. That is meaning every person above the age of 15 years in a year consumes about 10.4 liters of alcohol. This is enormous. So our study was conducted in the Kilimanjaro region, and I will nail it to you guys. Kilimanjaro region is located in the northern part of Tanzania. The northern part of Tanzania has 5 regions, and in the northern part of Tanzania, Kilimanjaro is one of the regions with the highest consumption of alcohol. The reason being cultural issues. We have a lot of Mbege, people from Kilimanjaro will agree with me, but not only that, we have beautiful recreational activities, nice tourist attraction that causes people to want to drink more. And in this region, 60% of the residents consume alcohol, and 23% suffer from alcohol-related disorders. So this means this is an important site to study the effects of alcohol. So with all that bunch of information, which I think some of you has bored you, but it's just a roadmap in the landscape of alcohol, we wanted to study 2 things. The first is to understand what is the impact of alcohol use, and the second is to understand the perceptions of alcohol use, and our study was a hospital-based study. To attain these objectives, we designed a cross-sectional study which was conducted for 6 months, and it was done in the emergency department and the reproductive health center just to have a pool of more women to study the consequences of alcohol use. And for those who don't know KCMC is a tertiary hospital in the northern part of Tanzania, and it serves roughly a population of 11 to 15 million people. And funny enough, in the emergency department, we see a lot of injuries. 30 to 40% of patients coming in the emergency department present with injury. And out of every 3 injuries, 1 of them is attributed to alcohol use. So this laid an alarm to our study group that we need to study the effects of alcohol in this setting. So our ethical approval was obtained from the Duke Universities, which is one of our core partners, and of course the KCMU College and the National Institute of Medical Research. And throughout our study, we consented from the participants. This is a beautiful picture showing us the KCMC entrance. You're all welcome, not as patients, but just to practice and see, you know. Yeah, so our study had 2 components, qualitative part and quantitative part. For the qualitative part, we had a pool of 19 patients who were recruited to, for whom we did IDIs, and the interviews were conducted in Swahili. They were translated, transcribed, and entered for analysis. And for the quantitative portion, our question was, what is the impact or the consequences of alcohol use? So we utilized the Drinkers Inventory Consequences Score to assess the impacts and consequences of alcohol. So this is a WHO tool which has a set of 50 questions that assesses the dynamics of alcohol use in 5 main domains. We are looking at the physical effects of alcohol, social responsibility, inter and intrapersonal, and the impulse control effects of alcohol. Now for the next slide, I will quickly show you in a nutshell. This paper has a preprint in +1. You can all go and check it. But I will quickly give you the snapshot of what we found out. Sorry, before that. That analysis was done, and we had a descriptive analysis of the drinkers' inventory consequences score based on our patient population. We did linear regression analysis to examine the effect of the consequences, and we compared them with the alcohol use disorder, the audit, and we did thematic analysis of qualitative data using applied thematic theory and grounded theory to just get the themes in the qualitative portion. So we had a pool of 678 patients, and 96% of the patients completed the survey. Now, I told you guys before that we had a set of 2 patients. We had emergency department component, and we had reproductive health center. So of this population, the emergency department men had more consequences of alcohol use compared to female. And this is a busy table, but I would just like you to slink a little bit of your eyes and see the mean effects of alcohol use between these populations. So you can clearly see that in all the subgroups, the reproductive health care women and the emergency department women and the ED men had more consequences of alcohol use in all 5 domains of the drinker inventory consequences score. I won't go deeper into this because of time. But the bottom line and the take-home message, and just to nail this for you, is that we saw much consequences among men compared to women. But this should not underestimate the effect of alcohol consequences in women. I don't know how many statisticians we have in the room, but I had beautiful images here which shows the relationship between alcohol and the audit score. And I want you to focus on the right side, which is, a graphical representation of the effect of the alcohol consequences and the audit score. And I want you to focus on the adjusted R-square, which shows the variability of the consequences of alcohol use among this population. And you can see among women, which is in red, sorry, this is not clearly seen, but I just want you to focus on the R-square. So 53% of the variability of the audit among women could be attributed by alcohol use. So that is mean we have too many alcohol use disorders among women that can be explained by 53% of the population. In another surprising families, 76% of the variability in the audit score could be explained by the consequences of alcohol use. The statistician can see the beta coefficients, and the p-values are all statistically significant. This means this is an issue and we need to tackle it. So I will quickly take you through our qualitative findings, and this is a description of the study population. I won't go into that, but we had 2 main themes in the qualitative component. We had alcohol perceived harms, and our question here was, what is the perception of alcohol use? We had perceived harms and perceived benefit. You can see in the perceived harms that the sub-themes were that alcohol can cause inability to fulfillment of responsibility, alcohol causes stigma and discrimination, sexual consequences, and conflict and violence, and some injuries and chronic. I know most of this is known, but this is just to give a snapshot of what we found out in our study. So I will just quickly show you some of the themes and the quotes that are lost in our qualitative component. And in one of the themes that alcohol causes injuries and chronic disease, one participant said that alcohol can lead to organ damage like liver, so there is a lot of complication. And I had a friend of mine who was drinking every day and he was not eating well, so he ended up dying because of alcohol intoxication. But before that, he was having anemia, which is low blood and low body weight. Okay. So, and muscle wasting. So this is one of the themes that are lost in this component. Another theme in the perceived harms was that alcohol caused financial instability, and you can see the quote right there. So some of the perceived benefit is that alcohol caused economic growth, and this is the quote, that alcohol contributes to economic growth of an individual who is selling the alcohol, a family, or a national income. The government collect taxes from the brewing industry, which helps to increase the national income. So, and also alcohol promoted social unity. Now, if you have a misunderstanding with your friend or family member and you want to resolve these disputes, you need to offer them alcohol while you talk. And you can offer them soft drinks even when, you want to get married. You need to buy a lot of alcohol for elderly people to drink and enjoy. So these were some of the perceived alcohol harm. So in conclusion and discussion, alcohol has both positive and negative impacts on individuals and their communities in Moshi, Tanzania, and the perceived harm included stigma, sexual harm, interpersonal conflicts, injuries, and diseases. And these negative consequences contrasted with the perceived benefits of increased social unity. To nail these findings highlight the importance of considering social, cultural, financial, and physical implications when developing programs and treatment for alcohol use. I think I'm done. These are my references. And this is a very nice slide that I want you to focus on. And I want you to focus on the down quote, which said, I used to just think drinking was bad for me, so I gave up thinking. This just highlights the challenges we are facing when it comes to alcohol consumption. Thank you so much for listening. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I welcome the second presenter.
Profesa Polinari Kamuhabwa ni kaimu makamu mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili. Ninapenda kutoa taarifa kwa umma kwamba chuo chetu cha Muhimbili mwaka huu kimetimiza miaka 60. Chuo chetu kilianza mwaka 1963, leo hii 2023 tumetimiza miaka 60. Kwa hiyo tunaandaa shughuli ambayo ni symposium tarehe 16 ambayo itakuwa siku ya Alhamisi mwezi wa 11 2023 kwa ajili ya kumbukizi ya miaka 60 chuo chetu. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa na mdahalo wa kuangalia tumetoka wapi, tuko wapi, nataka chuo chetu kiende wapi. Kwa hiyo tumealika wadau mbalimbali, wahitimu wa chuo hiki, watumishi wa mbalimbali, shirika mbalimbali. Nakaribisha sana mje siku hiyo tarehe 16 Novemba msitokuwa mdahalo.
Where Professor Mkumbus ended. And I will be talking about our good paper titled The Association of Household Air Pollution with Markers of Glucose Metabolism in Adults Living in Mwanza, Northern Tanzania. And this was a cross-section study. Before going any further, I wanted to define the household air pollution according to this paper. When we talk about household air pollution, these are the pollutions that are found at home from the sources of cooking fuels. Here we are talking on the fuels like charcoal, firewood, electricity, gas, and crop residues. So globally, about 3.8 million people die prematurely each year due to diseases that are associated with the household air pollution. But yet, the household air pollution itself may increase the burden of non-communicable diseases, including the diabetes. But Majority of households in low and middle income countries, including Africa, rely on the biomass fuel for cooking, which is the main source of household air pollution. And these are the popular fuels that are being used in our settings. We have the charcoal and the firewood, as seen in the picture. Diabetes mellitus can be triggered by the beta cell dysfunction, insulin resistance, or both the beta cell dysfunction and insulin resistance. The smokes contains harmful particles that are called particulate matters, the 2.5, and these particulate matters from biomass fuel may lead to the oxidative stress, which may induce the systemic inflammation, resulting into body tissue damage, including the damage of beta cells. This damage could lead to the beta cell dysfunction, leading to diabetes. However, data investigating this association are still limited. And as I have said, this is the conceptual framework linking the household air pollution and diabetes. We have the 2.5 particulate matter that are found in the smoke. So when the smoke inhaled in relative to antioxidant, it leads to oxidation stress. And the oxidation stress itself may lead to diabetes. Again, the oxidation stress may induce the systemic inflammation, damaging the body tissues, including the beta cell, and leads to diabetes. And these people with diabetes are forced to use their resources in the management and treating of diabetes, something that forces them to be poor and to be forced to use the resources that contain a lot of particulate matters. And so this mechanism is something in cycle as seen. So we aimed to determine the association of household air pollution and the markers of glucose metabolism among HIV-infected and uninfected adults living in Mwanza, Tanzania. And the glucose metabolism markers that we assessed were the beta cell dysfunction, insulin resistance, prediabetes, and diabetes. This was a cross-section study that was nested in the cohort study entitled The Chronic Infection, Comorbidities, and Diabetes in Africa, the SCADA study that was conducted from 2016 to 2021. This cohort study investigated the burden of and risk factor for diabetes among 1,947 adults with and without HIV living in Mwanza, Tanzania. And for this paper, we only analyzed 1,890 participants with both glucose tests and insulin data. In data collection, the structured questionnaire and the WHO step manual questionnaire used in collecting social demographic data, level of physical activity, fluids and vegetable intake, as well as smoking and alcohol use. We also collected data on ART and the anthropometry measurements. As an assessment for exposure, we used the questionnaire and the household air pollution were collected based on the type of cooking fuel and place for cooking. So participants were asked if they were using biomass fuel like firewood, charcoal, crop residues, or other gases, or other fuels like gas and electricity. So for those using biomass, we were asked to provide more information on where the cooking was done, if indoors or outdoors. For the indoors, they asked to where the indoors was done, if in the sleeping room, sitting room, kitchen, or corridor indoors. And for the outdoors, they were asked to provide information if the cooking was in the outdoor kitchen or an open space. So, depending on the ventilation and the concentration of smoke, the household air pollution was grouped into three. We had the no exposure. These were the people using electricity and gas, because these two fuels has low smoke and few particulate matters. And because the indoor cooking is associated with poor ventilation and high concentration of smoke compared to outdoor cooking, those participants who were cooking using firewood, charcoal, and crop procedures, but the cooking activities was done outdoors, were regarded as having moderate exposure. And for those participants who were cooking using firewood, charcoal, and crop procedures, but indoors, they were regarded as having high exposure. We again collected blood for 2 hours oral glucose tolerance test, the OGTT, and the insulin resistant, in the insulin assessment. And in assessing for the outcome variables, we had the markers, and you had the beta cell dysfunction, where its markers were computed from the HOMA B index, insulinogenic index, oral disposition index, and the insulin release index. And for the insulin resistance, the markers were computed from the HOMA insulin resistance, the HOMA IARA, Matsuda index. And in assessing for the diabetes and pre-diabetes, we used the WHO guideline to categorize participants. And for those who were having glucose levels that were less than 7.8 millimole per liter, we are regarded as having no diabetes. And those who had greater than 7.8 to 11 millimole per liter, we are regarded as having pre-diabetes. And those with greater than 11.1 millimole per liter, we are regarded as having diabetes. And these are the photos where data were collected. We have where blood were collected, and the next picture is where the risk factors were being corrected, how and where. For data analysis, our data were analyzed using the starter version 16, and the categorical variable were presented as percentage, and their differences were assessed using chi-square test. And for the continuous variable, their difference were assessed using the student t-test. We use the logistic regression in assessing the association between household air pollution with insulin resistance and the beta cell dysfunction. We use the multinomial logistic regression in assessing the association between household air pollution, pre-diabetes, and diabetes. We also assessed if HIV and the body mass index would modify the association. Our results were presented as adjusted odds ratio and adjusted relative risk ratio with the corresponding of 70% confidence interval, and the p-value of less than 0.05 indicated the significant difference. The part of the results, as I have said, we included 1,890 participants for this analysis, and their mean age was 40.6 standard deviation, and 1,157, which is 58.4%, were females, and more women than men were either moderate or exposed or highly exposed than men. In the test for interaction, we found that neither the HIV nor the BMI modified the association between household air pollution and pre-diabetes and diabetes. And as I've said, we found there was a significant difference in the age between the two groups, and there was no significant difference in the HIV status between women and the men, and there was a significant difference of both. Okay. There was a significant difference between the two groups in the body mass index, and women were more exposed than men. On the association of household air pollution, we found that participants with moderate exposure to household air pollution had a marginal association with beta cell dysfunction as defined by the lower oral disposition index. And we also found that the moderate and high exposure to household air pollution increased the risk of beta cell dysfunction defined by the isogenic index, and the association was very significant as per the p-value. So we can say that, in other words, you can say that the moderate and high exposure to household air pollution doubled the risk of beta cell dysfunction as regard to the odds ratio. In the association of household air pollution and insulin resistance, we found no association between household air pollution and insulin resistance. We also found no association between the household air pollution with prediabetes and diabetes. This paper, as a strength, this paper involved a large sample size, and we tried to control on all the conventional diabetic risk factor. And to our knowledge, this could be the first study showing the association between household air pollution and glucose metabolism in our settings. And this study depended, as a limitation, this study depended on the reported exposure rather than the measured one. However, we pre-tested the data collection tools, and we did not disclose our hypothesis to participants as a mitigation. And because of this, it was unlikely for the participants to provide false answers. And this was a cross-sectional study whereby causality cannot be confirmed. And by conclusion, the household air pollution is significantly associated with beta cell dysfunction, which may impair insulin secretion and play a role in increasing the burden of diabetes in sub-Saharan Africa. Therefore, we recommend for education on the effects of biomass fuel to be provided to the people so that they can make an informed decision when choosing on the appropriate fuel for cooking in their household. And we also recommend for more researchers in our setting that will include objective measure of household air pollution. And we recommend for clinicians to now consider probing for household air pollution as a risk factor during diabetes screening. And these are the staff that were involved in the study, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Now moving on to the third presenter, Lucy Mrema.
Ni kaimu makamu mkuu wa chuo kikuu cha afya na sayansi shirikishi Muhimbili. Ninapenda kutoa taarifa kwa umma kwamba chuo chetu cha Muhimbili mwaka huu kimetimiza miaka 60. Chuo chetu kilianza mwaka 1963, leo hii 2023 tumetimiza miaka 60. Kwa hiyo tunaandaa shughuli ambayo ni symposium
work that we have been doing at NIMR Mbeya with regards to the clinical characteristics, inflammatory profiles, and metabolic profiles of people living with diabetes. A little bit about myself. As I introduced myself earlier, I am a PhD student at the Radboud UMC, but I also work with NIMR Mbeya, which is located at the southwestern part of Tanzania. And this is the layout of my presentation today. And to kickstart with, I would like to give you a little bit of biology. As we know that diabetes is a metabolic disease, and the hallmark of the disease is hyperglycemia, which is chronically elevated glucose levels. So in the pathway of diabetes within the pathway of glucose within a cell, with any interruption or either availability or deficient of glucose, then the cascade of metabolism of this molecule is also affected. And in return, we also have elevated lipid levels, but also alteration in substrates that are important for, for inflammation activation in the body. But also, diabetes can be viewed as an inflammatory disease in a way that patients with obesity have excess adipose tissue. And with regards to this, the adipose tissue also act as endocrine organs, which they secrete cytokines. And this results to chronic low-grade inflammation within the body that results to microvascular complication and macrovascular complications that we know. So why should we care about all of this, actually? So on the right, you see the classical treatment of patients that we have. That means we have metformin, we have insulin for the majority of the patients, and this could result to serious adverse events, but also low efficacy and good efficacy in part of the population. However, with the promising research field of precision diabetology, we now see the incorporation of biomarkers within treatment, and we analyze the genetic profiles and inflammatory profiles to give us a better understanding of the patients that we have. And this in return will result to good efficacy, but also we have low serious events because we actually characterize patients into subgroups depending on how they present, but also their biological profiles. So currently, there is a huge gap in that field, especially with regards to Africa, and Tanzania is not spared. So one thing we don't know is the actual clinical presentation of our patients, but also we lack the deep understanding of their inflammatory and metabolic profiles. So what we actually did, we did a cross-sectional study whereby we recruited 243 patients living with diabetes, but also we had 300 healthy controls. And from these patients, we took clinical characteristics, and also we took blood samples for which we extracted the EDTA plasma, and there we analyzed for proteomics and metabolomics, as I will present in the coming slides. So the diabetes cohort was embedded within the PROTEID clinical trial, which is an ongoing large of its own clinical trial in Tanzania and Uganda, whereby we have around 6,000 people that are screened for diabetes. And from this pilot, from this group, we took a pilot of 243 patients, and then we collected, as I mentioned, the clinical characteristics together with their blood samples. For the healthy controls, we also used the 300FG cohort, whereby it's a functional genomics human project in KCMC, Tanzania, whereby they also had healthy controls around the age of 18 to 65, and they also screened these people for chronic diseases, but also the use of antibiotics within 3 months. So these are the baseline characteristics of the patients that we recruited in both of the cohorts. As you see that the age distribution was really significantly different between the two groups, with an older population more towards the diabetic group and healthy controls were a bit younger. But also the BMI distribution was highly skewed towards the obese and overweight when we look at the DM population in purple. But also we checked the gender differences. You see that the 300FG had a balanced distribution between male and female. And then for the DM cohort, we had more females within the study in comparison to males. So the first research question was really to understand the clinical profiles of patients with diabetes in Tanzania. And this table summarizes the baseline characteristics. You see that between Mbeya and Moshi, where patients were recruited, we had some variables that were highly different. As the first presenter mentioned, the use of alcohol, we also saw that the same differences within the cohort, in that Moshi diabetic patients had more use of alcohol, but also the waist hip ratio was statistically significant, together with the BMI and the DM duration, that more patients in Moshi had a longer duration of diabetes in comparison to Mbeya. We also checked the glycemic control between the two groups because this is very relevant when it comes to inflammation. And you'll note that the HbA1c of the patients in Moshi was relatively higher in comparison to Mbeya. But also when we checked the C-peptide, creatinine, and uric acid, we see a very statistically different between the two populations as seen on the board. And lastly, we also checked the existence between comorbidities such as hypertension, peripheral neuropathy, and foot amputation. We obviously saw more amputations in Moshi, which highly correlates with the longer duration of diabetes, but also the poor glycemic control that we saw. And also, most patients had stage 3 to stage 5 CKD in comparison to those people that had were in stage 1 or stage 2. Also, the cardiovascular risk was something that was of great interest, and here we saw that despite all these complications, the cardiovascular risk of these patients was relatively low, that is below 10, with most of the people within that group. So after looking at all these clinical characteristics, we also wanted to see of course, we know that the healthy controls are different from diabetic people, but we wanted to see in terms of inflammation, if at all these were also pronounced and what markers were elevated and what markers were not elevated. So for the inflammatory profiles, we did the O-link profile, which is a brilliant omic technique, whereby you'll have only 1 ml of plasma and then you'll analyze about 92 proteins, which is very huge technology that we also employed in our study. And this is called a heat map. It's a presentation of all the proteins that we measured within the cohort. And here the first thing was to check for sex, age, and BMI that were highly different between the groups. And we know, of course, biologically that sex, age, and BMI influences the immune system. So that was also true. We saw that there was positive correlation with some of the immune markers, but also BMI had also correlations with some, and they are also statistically significant. So this gave us an idea that these were the important covariates that we needed to carefully consider before we analyze more and interpret our results. So after correcting for the covariates that I mentioned, we checked again for the differences between immune markers between those with diabetes and those that don't have diabetes, and this is actually what we saw. So this is called a volcano plot. A volcano plot is a representation of large set of data, and in red you see a lot of molecules that were highly upregulated, and on your right, this part is the DM patients, and you see that in the healthy controls, they had no any markers that was either downregulated or upregulated. So this was actually very interesting, and we checked to see what immune markers really were upregulated in people with diabetes. And of interest, we saw that the chemokine pathway was highly upregulated, which is responsible for a lot of destruction when it comes to insulin insensitivity, but also when it comes to pancreatic beta cell dysfunction. So after looking at this, we also looked at the diabetes patients only, excluding the healthy controls, now that we know they are highly different when it comes to inflammation. And what we did is a technique called unsupervised clustering, whereby it's a machine learning technique, whereby we employ an algorithm for k-means clustering, and then we tell the machine to look at the data in an unbiased way, so that it can find common patterns and group patients without knowing their clinical profiles. So again, very interesting, we saw that there were 3 distinct inflammatory profiles within the patients. So this is a graphical presentation, also called the heat map, and each column represents 1 patient. So you have the 243 patients within the graph. And then also on the right-hand side, you see all the biomarkers that we mentioned. And in blue, you see it's downregulated, represented by the normalized protein expression called NPX. And then on the red aspect, you see more inflammation that is highly expressed normalized protein expressions. And then we are also curious to know what contributes to these patterns. Why do we see more inflammation in some people and less inflammation in some people? So we checked to see if BMI could perhaps explain about this difference. And really BMI did have some correlation but could not entirely explain this phenomena. We went further and checked DM duration. Perhaps it has a very strong correlation with the inflammatory profile. Again, you see that there is a pattern of people with a longer duration within the blue cluster, that is cluster number 1, and also you also have people with shorter duration within cluster 3. So this already gave us a picture that not all patients will be highly inflamed at the clinic, and some people, although they might have high BMI, longer duration of diabetes, still they are low inflamed. So the take-home message for us, diabetes patients are more inflamed than the healthy controls, but also we learned that the chemokine pathway is mostly affected, and maybe in future could be a future target for most of the drugs that we aim for reduction in inflammation. But also we question the existence of subgroups or endotypes within the DM patients, those that could present with variable inflammation, but also we stress upon more studies to examine the existence of DM phenotype, especially when we talk about genetic studies which are highly informative of the heterogeneity that exists in type 2 diabetes. So with that, I would like to thank you all for listening, and lastly, thank my wonderful supervisors, both in Bayer, KCMC, Radboud, but also the PROTID Consortium, and also you for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I'd welcome Noemi Bazzanini.
Naibu kaimu makamu mkuu wa chuo utafiti na ushauri. Ningependa kuwakaribisha nyote katika siku ya tarehe 16 mwezi Novemba mwaka 2023.
I'm a doctor. My name is Noemi Bazzanini. I'm working for an NGO, and the name of our NGO is QAM. Today I hope not to lose your time, and I'm going to talk about which factors in our experience influence the participation of patients with hypertension and diabetes at the follow-up in our clinic. So first of all, why as a QAM we think it is important to deal with NCDs? Because of the burden, first of all, so 74 of all the death globally. But what it is more impressive is that most of these deaths are located in low and low middle income countries. But not only deaths, premature deaths. So people are dying and are dying too early. That's why it is a big problem also. And then another important data is that the burden of NCDs is increasing. In Tanzania doubled in the past 25 years. But also why it is important? Because it is a kind of road to development. If you are poor, basically, you have an higher risk to get sick for NCDs. If you get sick, maybe you are too sick to work, and then you increase your poverty, and then you get sicker. To break this trap, it is important also for development. And this is why also there is a specific target for NCDs inside the Sustainable Development Goals. So we are dealing mainly with two disease, patient with two disease, hypertension and diabetes. The burden for hypertension is super high, quite impressive that 33% of the people in Tanzania, adult people, are affected by hypertension. But still, the possibility to be treated, it is low. And so, data are telling us that 3% of the people are doing fine, meaning wanajua, wanameza na wanaendelea vizuri. Diabetes. If you are talking about diabetes, these are data for sub-Saharan Africa. The amount of diabetes is increasing a lot. And these are data from the International Diabetes Federation. And in Tanzania, in 2011, the prevalence of diabetes was 2.8%, and 10 years after, in 2021, 12.4%. It's an estimation, anyway, it's increasing a lot. The same as hypertension, the prevalence is high, but a few people, 6%, are doing well. So they know that they have diabetes, they are on treatment, and they are doing well. What we are doing? We work in Iringa region, in the hospital of Tosamaganga, and we started there in 2016 with a clinic in the hospital, just a PD clinic. Then, since 2019, we moved outside the hospital, and we signed a memorandum of understanding together with the district and together with the hospital, and we are working with the health center and with the communities. So basically, it's working like this. There are 9 health centers working with us in the area of Iringa District Council, and if a health center, let's say from one of these health centers, let's say from Idodi, they found a patient with hypertension or diabetes, then they refer the patient to us in the hospital. We assess the patient and we decide if to enroll or not, if the patient meets the criteria to be enrolled. If yes, then we give the patient a treatment card and we send back for the follow-up in the center. Every 6 months, we ask to the patient to come back to the hospital for reassessment. Since 2019, we are entering data in our database that we design using this program, EpiInfo, and we are entering data at the 6 months, at the baseline and at the 6 months follow-up visit. So the aim of our study, what I'm going to present now, is to examine which factors influence the adherence to follow-up, why the patients are coming or not to this 6 months follow-up. For doing this study, we were just, it is a retrospective observational study. We were just looking at our database, the EpiInfo database. And the period is since the beginning of the project, since 2019. Our population, just to give you a fast picture, a quick picture, is mainly composed by female. 74% of our patients are female, and most of them are above the age of 40. 72% they have hypertension, 15 diabetes, and the remaining percentage of people, they have diabetes and hypertension. Since the beginning, we enrolled almost 2,000 patients. Where are they from? Most of them, they are from the area of Tosamaganga, so not so far, but some of them are coming from very far. One of the center, Migoli Center, is more than 100 kilometers from the hospital. Most of the people are peasants, and only 25% of the people, they have insurance. What about the global data? The global follow-up rate, so meaning the 6 month follow-up rate, how many patients are coming back after 6 months, 52% of the patient. Then we were making a multivariate analysis to look which factors, which patients are coming back and which patients are not coming back. And we found that female, they adhere more to the program, so they are coming back more. And the patient already on treatment. So if someone at the enrollment time was already on treatment, the probability that we will be back is higher. But the most important factor is the distance, the proximity to the hospital. So if they are coming from Tosamaganga or the 20 kilometers around Tosamaganga, the probability for the patient to be back is higher. For the patient, the only things that the patient has to pay is the transport fee, because when the patient arrives to the hospital, we provide the lab exam that we are doing are free of charge for the patient. The visit is free of charge, and for those patients coming from far, we are providing also the drug. So this is always what the patient they tell us, why they don't come back, because now the transport fee. And if we look, I was looking how much it can cost. So from some place, it can reach up to 20,000 Tanzanian shillings. Having an insurance is now in our project is not so important, because somehow we are masking the effect of BIMA, providing drugs to those that are without BIMA or and not able to pay. So take-home message, gender, we say that the female are coming back more than male to the follow-up. Prior treatment status, that can be a sign of awareness. So patients that are already on treatment, probably they are more aware of the disease and the chronicity of disease. That's probably why they come back more in our interpretation. And distance from the hospital. So from our experience, what we think it is important is to empower the community, to stay in the center, to empower the primary healthcare level, because the burden is big. If we want to treat NCDs is important, because treating NCDs, it is a kind of road to development, but where we need to stay in our experience is the community, to treat the patient closer to where they live. So I finished my presentation. I hope it was clear, and I hope I didn't lose your time. Asanteni sana tena, and karibuni for any question.
Thank you. So now next we are going to be having a virtual presentation from Nasiru Bala Zurmi.
There's an announcement. Whoever has lost his or her cupcake, they've been found at the reception desk.
Ni naibu kaimu makamu mkuu wa chuo, utafiti na ushauri. Ningependa kuwakaribisha nyote katika siku ya tarehe 16 mwezi Novemba mwaka 2023, ambapo tunakwenda kuadhimisha maadhimisho miaka 60 tangu kuanzishwa kwa chuo chetu cha afya na sayansi shirikishi Muhimbili. Katika maadhimisho haya tutakuwa na kongamano kubwa ambalo litahusisha wadau mbalimbali kujadili historia tulipotoka na tunapotaka kuelekea katika miaka mingine 100 ya chuo chetu. Sambamba na maadhimisho haya, kutakuwa pia na maonesho mbalimbali ambapo tutakuwa tuna huduma za afya bure kwa wananchi kama sehemu ya kutoa mchango wetu kwa wananchi katika masuala mbalimbali ya afya. Lakini vile vile kutakuwa kuna maonesho ya tafiti na mazao mbalimbali ya tafiti zinazofanyika katika Chuo Kikuu cha Muhimbili. Tunawakaribisha nyote tujumuike pamoja kuweza kusherehekea miaka 60 ya uwepo wa Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili. Asanteni sana.
HIV and AIDS on treatment in Zamfara State, northwestern Nigeria. The presentation will be taken by me, but the research work was done by me with the supervision of my supervisors, Bello Arkila Magaji and Lokzimo Rema. By way of background, an emerging concern is the increased burden of non-communicable diseases among people living with HIV, particularly in low-income countries where lifestyle and nutritional factors associated with NCDs are on the rise. This increase has been propelled mostly by 4 major risk factors, namely tobacco use, physical inactivities, harmful use of alcohol, and unhealthy diets. The World Health Organization have estimated that the NCDs are the cause of deaths among many, over 34 million people each year, and 3/4 of these occur in low and middle income countries, which are already burdened by HIV. The statement of the problem. You see, the life expectancy of people living with HIV has significantly increased due to the widespread use of antiretroviral drugs, and it has led to an unforeseen shift in their health profile, which has brought to light a new set of challenges such as non-communicable disease. The increase in the prevalence of non-communicable disease among people living with HIV severity has been associated with both the direct effect of the virus and ART itself, and the indirect effect like lifestyle changes and aging, because of the advent of these very important drugs that make the people with HIV to live longer, so they will be experiencing this non-communicable disease. So despite the mounting evidence of the global scale of this issue, the data is not available in my region, in northern Nigeria, about the determinant of these NCDs, people living receiving antiretroviral therapy. So the objective of this research was to examine the prevalence of common non-communicable diseases such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancer, among people living with HIV and attending antiretroviral So the second account is determine the prevalence of common also to determine the prevalence of prevalence of this also assess the prevalence of cardiovascular risks. This research is design and involve mentally stable participants 18 years and above. And this research was actually facilitated by ART services so at the capital city of northwestern region of Nigeria. Participants are living with HIV on antiretroviral therapy for more than 3 months and provided a form of consent to participate. So after the data collection, the WHO STEP instrument was used to collect information, and blood pressure measurement, weight, height assessment, and biochemical analysis of blood samples were conducted. After collecting the data, a descriptive statistic was used, logistic regression was utilized for data analysis in SPSS version 23.0 for Windows. Okay, the findings from this research are as follows. About 452 participants were consented to participate in this research, and 291, that is about 70.3%, were female, and 164, that is 38.7%, fell within the age group of 30 to 39 years. A majority, 75%, were also of ethnic group, while 245 were married. Notably, 164 had no any formal education, while 51, which constitute 12%, were reported to be graduates. The mean age of participants was 37.5 years, 37.3 years, sorry, with a mean body mass index of 24.9, while the prevalence of participants with a body mass index more than 25 is 37.5% of the study participants have a body mass index of more than 25%. Then with a confidence interval of 32 to 42%. The average random blood sugar level in the study participant was 5 millimole, with a confidence interval of 95 confidence interval of 5.3 to 5.8, with 1.7% of the respondents having an elevated blood sugar level. Prevalence of raised blood pressure was 34.5%, with a 5% confidence interval of 34.9 to 39.4. Cardiovascular disease stood at 7.3% of the study participant, and while 0.2% of the study participant have raised blood cholesterol level. In terms of behavioral risk factors, 71% of the study participants were current smokers, 11.3% were former smokers, while 2.4% reported to have used smokeless tobacco, and 1.9% having consumed alcohol in the first 12 months. 38.9% of the study participants did not meet WHO recommendation on physical activity for health, and a staggering 98.1% consumed less than 5 servings of fruit and vegetable per week. So continuing on the findings, the study also wants to estimate the risks of developing cardiovascular disease in future. So I use a primate hand risk score, which is an algorithm used to estimate 10-year cardiovascular risk of an individual. As shown in the table as enumerated here, participant aged 51 and above have a moderate to high risk cardiovascular disease. From the table, you can see on the overall, about 295 participants have a primate hand score of less than 10, which constitute low risk, while those that have moderate, between 10 to 20% of the primate hand score are just 27, which constitute 8.2% of the study participants age 30 and above, while those with high risk are only 9, which constitute 2.7% of the study participants. Then in terms of a combination of multiple risk factors, about 6 risk factors were identified to be prevalent in the study population. So about 30% of the respondents have 1 to 5 risk factors for development of NCDs, and at least 11% did not did have only 1 risk factors, while those that have 2 risk factors were just at 8%, alongside those that have a combination of 3 risk factors for NCDs. So, by way of conclusion and recommendation, this study provides a comprehensive exploration of behavioral and metabolic risk factors and their relationship with NCD among HIV patients receiving antiretroviral therapy in Zamfara State, northwestern Nigeria, The findings suggest a low level of fruits and vegetable consumption and a very low physical activities among our study participants. Findings emphasize the need for intervention to target modifiable risk factors such as education, smoking, dietary habits to mitigate the NCDs in this population. Further research should delve into a specific impact of these factors and a distinct NCD outcome within the population. References, these are the few references resulted in the course of putting off this research piece of research work. Thank you very much for listening. I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you, and God bless you.
There is a short announcement for anybody who has
Profesa Polinari Kamuhabwa ni kaimu makamu mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili. Ninapenda kutoa taarifa kwa umma kwamba chuo chetu cha Muhimbili mwaka huu kimetimiza miaka 60. Chuo chetu kilianza mwaka 1963, leo hii 2023 tumetimiza miaka 60. Kwa hiyo tunaandaa shughuli ambayo ni symposium tarehe 16 ambayo itakuwa siku ya Alhamisi mwezi wa 11 2023 kwa ajili ya kumbukizi ya miaka 60 chuo chetu. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa na mdahalo wa kuangalia tumetoka wapi, tuko wapi, nataka chuo chetu kiende wapi. Kwa hiyo tumealika wadau mbalimbali, wahitimu wa chuo hiki, watumishi wa mbalimbali, mashirika mbalimbali. Tunakaribisha sana mje siku hiyo tarehe 16 Novemba, mshiriki na sisi tutakuwa na mdahalo mzuri, lakini vile siku hiyo mchana tunakuwa na mkutano wa mwaka wa alumni, wale watu wote waliosoma Muhimbili. Lakini kumbukizi hii chuo chetu tutamalizia siku ya tarehe 18 ambayo tutakuwa Jumamosi, tutakuwa na shughuli ya kukimbia, kutembea, wanaita fun run. Kwa hiyo mnakaribishwa sana siku hiyo ya Jumamosi, tusherekee matunda ya chuo chetu kutimiza miaka 60. Karibuni sana.
But according to the study, extreme leukocytosis was defined by a Western count of 50 and above. The etiologies of extreme leukocytosis are multifactorial and include infections, hematological malignancies, use of corticosteroids, use of growth factors such as granulocyte colon stimulating factor, hemorrhage, as well as solid malignancies. Leukocytosis is mostly attributed to infectious etiology, and quite often less consideration is given to malignant etiology, even in cases of extreme leukocytosis. So the objective of this study was to describe the etiologies and clinical profile of patients with extreme leukocytosis. Coming to methods, the design of this study was retrospective in nature, in which records of all patients with extreme leukocytosis who attended Bayerson Referral Hospital between January 2021 and December 2022 were reviewed and analyzed. Eligible for the study were all patients who were found with a white cell count of 50 and above. Study cases were identified by review of complete blood count data from the laboratory information system and the participants' demographics, details of clinical presentation, underlying medical condition, and the etiology of extreme leukocytosis were obtained from electronic database. And this information was recorded in a case report form. Now, coming to the results, this table here summarizes the patient characteristics. And as you may note, the median age in this patient population was 19.5, although the age ranged from 0 to 79 years. Males were 53% of the population, and as you may note, around 30% of the studied patients had different kinds of medical comorbidities. And I want you to note that sickle cell disease was the leading medical comorbidity, accounting for 77.8%. 6.2% of the studied population had different types of solid malignancies. This table here summarizes the hematological parameters comparing the hematological malignancy and infection group. If you look at the white cell count, the median white cell count was 221 in the hematological malignancy group, and the white cell count ranged from 50.5 to 812, while in the patient who had infection, the median white cell count was 56, and the white cell count ranged from 50 to 140. So overall, the median white cell count was significantly higher in the hematological malignancy group compared with the infection group. And looking at the hemoglobin, the median hemoglobin was 8 in the hematologic malignancy group, and the range of hemoglobin was from 2.3 to 17.2. For patient who had infection, the median hemoglobin was 6.6, and the range was from 1.5 to 17.5. And overall, the hemoglobin, the median hemoglobin was significantly lower in the infection group if you compare with the hematologic malignancy group. And some of the reasons that could account for this observation is the fact that most of the patients who had infection, who were in the infection group, had also sickle cell disease, meaning that most of these patients had anemia due to sickle cell. And the other reason is that while one would expect patients in the hematologic malignancy group would have severe anemia, this was not the case because most patients who had hematologic malignancy were found to have chronic leukemias, and chronic leukemias usually present with less severe anemia, at least in the early stage of the disease, and sometimes even the hemoglobin might be normal in the early stage of the disease. And coming to the platelet count, the median platelet count was 151 in the hematologic malignancy group, while the range was from 5 to 1,771. And in the infection group, the median platelet count was 276, while the range was from 1 to 905. So overall, the median platelet count was significantly lower in the hematologic malignancy group compared with the patient in the infection group. And the overall prevalence of anemia in these studied patients was 78%, while the prevalence of thrombocytopenia was 35. Was 35.4, and thrombocytosis was observed in 16.9% of the studied patients. And of note, patients in the infection group, most of them had thrombocytosis. Thrombocytosis in this group was observed to account for 60% of patients with thrombocytosis. And coming to the etiologies of extreme leukocytosis, as you may note from this pie chart, 45% of patients who had extreme leukocytosis were found to have malignancies, and this was both hematologic malignancies as well as solid malignancies. Infection accounted for 41% of patients with extreme leukocytosis, while 14% of patients had extreme leukocytosis due to other etiologies, and this include hemorrhage, use of steroids, as well as use of growth, other causes of extreme leukocytosis that were not identified. And zooming on those patients who had extreme leukocytosis due to malignancies, hematologic malignancies accounted for 89.3% of patients with leukocytosis due to malignancies, while solid malignancies only accounted for 10.7%. And in the hematological malignancy group, chronic myeloid leukemia was found in 52% of patients who had extreme leukocytosis due to hematological malignancies. In this chart here, the patients have been grouped into different levels of white blood cells. And for example, in the white cell count from 50 to 150, hematologic malignancies accounted for only 20% of the etiology of extreme leukocytosis. And moving to the level from 150 to 250, 71% in this group were found to have hematologic malignancies. And moving forward, the levels, the percentage of patients with hematologic malignancies increased and the level of white cell count increased. So overall, the degree of leukocytosis was predictive of hematological malignancies, meaning that the higher the white cell count, the higher the likelihood of hematological malignancies. Now, again, in this chart, it's a comparison of patients based on different levels of thrombocytopenia. And as you may note, the level was categorized from 0 to 50, 50 to 100, and 50 to 150. And as you may note, in patients who had platelet count below 50, 18% of these patients were found to have hematologic malignancy as the cause of extreme leukocytosis. So severe thrombocytopenia was associated with diagnosis of hematological malignancies rather than infection. This chart here summarizes the clinical profiles of patients, and I think you can note from this slide here that fever as an isolated symptom was the most common, almost frequently observed in the infection group. While B symptoms, for example, B symptoms, which means excessive night sweating, weight loss, and intermittent fevers, was more observed in the malignancy group. The same with the lymphadenopathy, hepatomegaly, and splenomegaly. These were findings that were more frequently observed in the hematological malignancy group. And overall mortality in this studied patient population was 24.7%, while mortality was 19% in the infection group, and it was 18% in the hematological malignancy group. But there was no any statistical significance, a significant difference between the infection and the malignancy group. So in conclusion, leukocytosis of 50% and above is associated more with malignant than infectious etiology. And the higher the degree of leukocytosis, the higher the likelihood of malignant etiology. The probability of malignant etiology becomes higher if extreme leukocytosis is accompanied with B symptoms, severe thrombocytopenia of less than 50, splenomegaly and or hepatomegaly, as well as lymphadenopathy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you to all the presenters. Now the floor is open for a Q&A session. We have about 15 minutes for that.
My name is Adam Kilongo. I am a hematologist. I'm going to take you through abstract of my study with the title Extreme Leukocytosis is associated more with malignant than infectious etiology. To start with the background, extreme leukocytosis refers to a marked increase in the white cell count, and this is usually
So we have a question at the back. Please just tell us which presenter is your question allocated to.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Andrew Mkia. My question goes to Happiness Nkunzi. I was asking about what was the inclusion or exclusion criteria as far as participants were concerned in your research, because when we were talking about household particles, just wanted to know if among all the participants, was it the only single risk factor that they had leading to insulin resistance and beta cell destruction, or was it a concomitant risk factor? So I want to know more about the inclusion and exclusion criteria of your participants. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have the presenter answer to that.
Thank you for the next question. And as I've said, this study was nested in a big cohort study. And for this paper, we only included those participants that were having the glucose, the insulin data, and the OGTT data. However, other risk factors were included, were assessed as I've shown in my presentation. We had the household air pollution, but other risk factors were put into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. More questions from the floor?
Okay. Thank you all the presenters for such nice presentation with the finding which can be useful to the community. My questions goes to two presenters, Lucy Mrema and Happiness. To Lucy Mrema, what are the criteria of selecting Moshi and Mbeya in her study? The other question goes to Happiness. You said that your study design was a cross-sectional study design. But when you come to the measures of the association, you went far ahead and estimate the relative risk. As all we know that the relative risk cannot be estimated in the cross-sectional study. That's one issue. The second issue regarding to the sampling technique. How did you select your study participant? Was this community-based study or hospital-based study? Thank you.
Okay, so first we'll start with Lucy.
Thank you very much for a very nice question. It gave me time to think about it. Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, this study is part of a very big trial called PROTID. So with the convenience of the grant that was acquired through this project, we're able to use it and have the study participant from the same study participate in this omics work. But also, in addition, KCMC is well renowned for omics research. I think it's one among the leading institutions that performs a lot of multi-omics research. And with the availability of data from the 300 Human Functional Genomics project, then it was really promising to use it as part of the project, but also part of the recruitment of the healthy controls. Thank you.
Thank you. I will answer the question, the sampling technique, and that's for the analysis part. I will ask my supervisor to answer on it. On the sampling techniques, this study was, as I said, it was nested in a big cohort study. So the big cohort study was investigating the burden and the risk factors for diabetes in Africa. So the sampling techniques, we sampled participants from the ART clinic, and we had participants as a control participant from the communities based on the characteristics of those cases participants. I'm not sure if I have answered your question. Maybe my supervisor can answer it.
Thank you very much. If I can make a supplementary response to what Happiness has already said, with respect to analysis of the data that she presented, it is true that she did use what we call relative risk ratio, which we use when we do multinomial logistic regression. I mean, when the outcomes are not binary, but they have more than 2 categories. So, and that is very allowed even in cross-sectional studies. I think that is what you wanted me to address. Happiness? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentations. I have one question to Lucy Mrema. In your conclusion, you showed there was more inflammation among patients with diabetes compared to their counterparts. I just wanted to know if you guys happen to look at dysbiosis as one of the implicated factors to cause inflammation, since it is known it's a background for capturing non-communicable diseases, but generally people with non-communicable diseases are more likely to present with the dysbiosis. So I wanted to know if you did any marker to look for dysbiosis like intestine alkaline phosphatase. Thank you.
Thank you for a very nice question. I must admit that we didn't look at that. And in addition, as a limitation to our study, we also lacked dietary information, which is highly contributory to inflammatory profiles of our patients. So thank you. I acknowledge the limitation.
We have 5 more minutes, so more questions from the floor. No questions? We have one at the back.
Thank you again. My question goes to Mr. William Mkenguye. So as far as perception of alcohol use is concerned in northern part of Tanzania, speaking from experience, especially in Kilimanjaro, where we see a high rate of alcohol use, maybe partly because of the culture and norms that are present in the northern part. We see a lot of tendencies of alcohol use from middle teenage age to adulthood. So, and in your study, you mentioned that you focused mainly on emergency department and the RCH clinic, if I'm not mistaken. So, as far as perception is concerned, did you go further in your study to ask for the people who are using this alcohol, is it social, they use it as a social drinking, or do they use as a part of culture and norms, or do they use it as part of stress management? And as we all know that alcohol use disorder is something that is really emerging in mental health right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that nice observation, and I must admit that is a brilliant question. And what I presented today was just a tip of an iceberg of what is ongoing in our alcohol research at KCMC. And to address your question real quick, we have a clinical trial that tries to, address the issue of alcohol, and we have our clinical trial is a brief intervention that addresses the issue of alcohol, and our intervention is titled Punguza Pombe kwa Afya Yako, which is PPKY. And we have looked into like what are the main, what are the main causes of alcohol. And that's why we have a qualitative component in our study, and we have a quantitative component in our study. But the main, as I mentioned in my presentation, the main reasons why people drink alcohol are of course related to the social, like trying to deal with their conditions, like stress, when people are stressed, or when it's Friday. Like there's a lot of complex integrations on why people use alcohol. But yeah, I must admit, we are doing a huge work on alcohol, and if you want to know more about that, you can check me out after this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So our time is almost over. So before we end this session, please let us have a round of applause for all our presenters. Thank you all. Now we may head to the next session.
Well, feel.
Profesa Apolinari Kamuhabwa ni kaimu makamu mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili. Ninapenda kutoa taarifa kwa umma kwamba chuo chetu cha Muhimbili mwaka huu kimetimiza miaka 60. Chuo chetu kilianza mwaka 1963, leo hii 2023 tumetimiza miaka 60. Kwa hiyo tunaandaa shughuli ambayo ni symposium tarehe 16 ambayo itakuwa siku ya Alhamisi mwezi wa 11 2023 kwa ajili ya kumbukizi ya miaka 60 chuo chetu. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa na mdahalo wa kuangalia tumetoka wapi, tuko wapi, nataka chuo chetu kiende wapi. Kwa hiyo tumealika wadau mbalimbali, wahitimu wa chuo hiki, watumishi wa mbalimbali, mashirika mbalimbali. Tunakaribisha sana mje siku hiyo tarehe 16 Novemba, mshiriki tutakuwa na mdahalo mzuri, lakini vile vile siku hiyo mchana tunakuwa na mkutano wa mwaka wa alumni, wale watu wote waliosoma Muhimbili. Lakini kumbukizi hii chuo chetu tutamalizia siku ya tarehe 18 ambayo tutakuwa Jumamosi, tutakuwa na shughuli ya kukimbia, kutembea, wanaita fun run. Kwa hiyo mnakaribishwa sana siku hiyo ya Jumamosi, tusherekee matunda ya chuo chetu kutimiza miaka 60. Karibuni sana.
Care for severe NCD, WHO paid plus model of care. This satellite session is hosted by the National Institute for Medical Research. I'm standing on behalf of the chair, who was supposed to be Professor Saidi Abudu, the named Director General, but who could not be here due to other equally important assignments. So this morning we are going to have 7 presentations, and we are going to have those from Dr. Mary Maige, who will be presenting on WHO Pain Plus model and the work progress in Tanzania. And then we are going to hear from Dr. Gibson Kagaruki on community assessment in Kondoa and Karatu districts. And I'll request those who will be presenting to step forward as I, introduce you. Then we're going to hear from Professor Kajiru Kilonzo on assessment of knowledge on selected non-communicable diseases among healthcare workers from Kondoa District Hospital, Tanzania, post-analysis. I'm told that Professor Kajiru will be presenting virtually. Then we are going to hear a presentation from Dr. Edgar Macha, who is standing on behalf of Dr. Ruben Mutagawa, and the presentation will be on the progress of Pain Plus Clinic at Kondoa cardiac case presentation. Thereafter, we are going to hear from Dr. Edna Majaliwa on the progress of Pain Plus Clinic at Kondoa diabetes case presentation. Dr. Majaliwa, please could you come and take a seat in front? And then we are going to hear from Dr. Deo Soka, and Dr. Deo Soka will be giving a talk on strengthening sickle cell disease services at district level, the case of Kondoa District. And lastly, we are going to hear from Dr. Grace Kafuru, who will talk on site healthcare providers from Kondoa and Karatu experience of implementing Pain Plus model of care providers, a perspective from care providers. To kick off this session, we are going to have a talk from Dr. Mary Maige, and I'm really very honored to introduce Dr. Maige. Dr. Mary Maige is a Pain Plus principal investigator and the Director of Research, Information, Regulatory Affairs at the National Institute for Medical Research. Dr. Mary graduated with a bachelor degree in medicine and surgery from Makerere University, Kampala, Uganda, and has a Master's of Public Health from Muhimbili University of Health and Health Science in Dar es Salaam. And she holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Clinical Epidemiology from the Newcastle University in the United Kingdom. Dr. Mary has immense experience in various disciplines, from clinical practice, research, and consultant services in health, mostly focusing on non-communicable diseases, including diabetes, hypertension, and obesity, and the interaction between NCDs and infectious diseases such as HIV. Dr. Mary also serves as a visiting lecturer for higher learning institutions and a supervisor for master's and PhD students. Dr. Maige has authored several papers in peer-reviewed journals. Dr. Maige, welcome for the introductory presentation.
Thank you and good morning. I'll take 1 minute of my time to also introduce the chair, who is Dr. Pregot, is the Director of Research, Promotion and Coordination at the National Institute for Medical Research. He's also a renowned researcher in the areas of non-communicable diseases, as we've heard from one of his mentees. So my purpose here is really to introduce the project, and a lot of the work will be presented by my colleagues who are here on the podium, and I'm really honored to open up this session on behalf of the entire team. And my job is to introduce, we've been hearing about Pain Plus, and what is this concept of Pain Plus. So just to introduce, those of us who are working in non-communicable diseases, we were used to hearing the 4x4s, the 4 risk factors, and the 4 diseases. So we were singing a lot about the 4 risk factors, tobacco. Sorry, I just realized that I left my eyes somewhere. I have to get my glasses. So we were singing mostly of the 4 risk factors: tobacco use, unhealthy diet, physical inactivity, and harmful use of alcohol. And the 4 diseases: cardiovascular, diabetes, cancer, and respiratory conditions. And now we've heard more and more interest in inclusion of other risk factors. We're now talking about 5x5, with the inclusion also into the NCD agenda of the mental health and injuries, and also air pollution as one of the additional, and environmental risk factors as additional risk factors for NCDs. But as we go with the NCD agenda, these are the common diseases, these are the common behavioral risk factors. It affects mostly the older populations, and so these 4 risk factors and these 4 diseases are actually included in some of our UHC packages, even our own insurance packages. And some of the diseases that were not in this 4x4 agenda were actually left out in the programming and response for NCDs. So, so what is Pain Plus? Pain Plus is really a movement to highlight other NCDs that have been left out in the NCD agenda, and this started by the recognition by the WHO AFRO, where a couple of years back they released the extended NCD agenda for the African region. And so when we talk about Pain Plus, we talk about complementing and making sure that we also include other diseases that are actually more significant in our region, so that we don't seeing the 4x4 with the rest of the world. We need to recognize where we are in our epidemiological transition. And I think the previous session that we had also was a good background to what we are discussing today, that has highlighted the interaction between non-communicable diseases and indoor air pollution, non-communicable diseases with inflammatory markers. So where we are with our epidemiology, there's a lot of interaction between non-communicable diseases and infectious disease as a driver of the epidemic, and we need to be cognizant of that as we respond to NCD. So the Pain Plus agenda also recognizes rheumatic heart disease and congenital heart diseases, atypical types of diabetes, so also type 1 diabetes, and also recognizes the burden affecting children, because somehow we thought that NCD is a disease of the elderly, and not really putting our lens on the NCDs that are affecting young children, including sickle cell, epilepsy, and others, and that so these conditions affect individuals and mostly affect young people and marginalized. So there's also poverty underlying this, and most often it's neglected in the UHC packages, and we all would agree how we struggle to actually even have hydroxyurea in our benefit packages. So why do we need to implement PEN+? So this is an integrated delivery strategy for chronic care of severe non-communicable diseases at intermediate level facilities, and in our health system, these will be the district hospitals, and it builds on the WHO PEN package. I will explain later what is WHO PEN for NCD care at the primary level. So we have these two, we have the basic care at the primary level, but we also need to have advanced care so that those that we routinely see in our clinics when they have emergencies, we have the capacity at the district level to respond to that before managing them or making sure that they are referred to the next level facilities. So in the project that we are implementing in Tanzania, we are focusing on 3 conditions, mainly type 1 diabetes and severe type 2 diabetes that are uncontrolled, rheumatic and congenital heart diseases, and sickle cell diseases, and we are capacitating first level referral facilities, which is the district hospital, to be able to extend and provide care and provide support to the patient that needs advanced care at this level. And so just to highlight the differences between PEN and PEN+. So PEN is outpatient primary care clinic for common NCDs, and these have been widely established thanks to TDA and TAN-CDA that have largely contributed to the capacity that we have in country. And usually this is the routine services that we provide. And then PEN+, it adds a layer to the existing services to make sure that the patient that we are treating at the lower level facilities, when they have exacerbation, if you have a type 1 child that gets diabetic ketoacidosis, they don't have to be referred all the way to travel maybe 100 kilometers. This patient will be dead by then. So we need to have the capacity at the first referral level facilities for them to be able to manage these patients and only refer when they cannot take care of these patients. So PEN+, so it's really a synergy between, there's a synergy between PEN and PEN+, and it goes both ways. So the severe patient can be referred to the PEN+ clinics, and then once they stabilize, they could also be referred back to the PEN clinic. And really, this is like the pathway also for discharging patients who have been admitted in hospitals with severe conditions to be first managed in these PEN+ clinics, and then referred back to the routine clinics. So just to put that in a nutshell, is that where I have highlighted the green. So the lower one is the health center, where we expect that they would be provided with the routine PEN services, and when they need further services, then they should be referred to the first level referral facilities, and these have been capacitated to provide additional services towards the basic care that is available at the lower level, and also to the tertiary level facilities. That is when we expect them to offer higher level care, for example, bone marrow transplantation, such kind of services. And then when the patients are stable, should be referred back and be managed at the maybe heart surgery for cardiovascular diseases for those patients that require heart surgery. And they should be facilities where they can be referred back for further management, routine management, and then referred to the higher level, the tertiary level facilities for additional management, but the routine should be done at the first referral facility. So what we are seeing right now is that patients, actually even the stable patients, are actually treated because the limited capacity at the lower levels. Some of them, they go straight to the tertiary facilities, but also those that are referred from the lower levels, when they are referred to the tertiary facilities, I think also clinicians are worried to refer back the patient. So you find patients coming from, for the case of rheumatic heart disease, they come from, for example, from Arusha, Manyara, to come and attend routine clinic at JKCI. And you can imagine that our health system does not provide support, the social support for them to come, you know, the transport, the living cost. So really, most of the time you find they default and don't come for their follow-up. So these clinics, they offer that platform when these patients are managed at higher levels, then they can be routinely managed in the health facility. So the key design components of the Pain Plus project is really looking at the quality of the clinical care, and we offer continuous quality clinical supervision for the trainees. So there's a component of training, but also making sure that we have long-term staffing and looking at staff retention. And there has to be a balance between Pain and Pain Plus. And the importance is the early case findings for severe NCDs and making sure that these are retained in care. And I would like to highlight and bring to your attention that there was an WHO Afro meeting, the 72nd regional meeting that was that happened last year, and they actually endorsed the Pain Plus strategy for Africa. And so our project, our site, is actually one of the model sites, and we are testing the feasibility of implementing and scaling up these Pain Plus services. So, so our project is part of a larger global network that is addressing diseases that are linked to poverty. And we started with phase 1, phase 2, and now we're actually in phase 3. In phase 2, phase 1 and phase 2, we published the National NCDI Poverty Report for Tanzania that looked at the current burden and looked at what are the intervention that could actually be implemented, and what will be the cost of implementing these services in Tanzania. And now we're in phase 3. We are one of the countries that are in phase 3 that are actually testing the feasibility of implementing the Pain Plus strategy, and also costing, making sure that we have enough data to inform on possible scale up of Pain Plus services in Tanzania. And these are some of the countries that are engaged in looking and evaluating the Pain Plus strategy. And for Tanzania, the main implementer is the National Institute for Medical Research, but we have partners. As you know, it's a wide scope. We have different work packages. One of them is developing guidelines and aligning with our national guidelines, training and mentorship. We provided equipment and supplies to the districts that we're working in to create supervision medical informatics. We've built registries, and we also do community empowerment and also progressive decentralization of care. So we have specialists from MNH, from JKCI, from KCMC, from Bugando Medical Center that are going to these districts. We train, and then we provide the support supervision to make sure that we slowly decentralize the care. And there is also a component of monitoring, evaluation, and research to inform the entire process. So the main objective of the project that we are conducting, we have 5, to look at the implementation outcomes based both the feasibility of scaling up the intervention, but also the patient outcomes that we actually want to describe. So the first objective was to conduct a baseline assessment of the facility capacity, the care processes, and outcomes of the patients at the baseline. And then we conducted community surveys to establish the burden of NCDs in the district that we are implementing the project. We also assess the community healthcare workers' levels of knowledge, and also the community and the healthcare workers. And the fourth is to pilot and evaluate Pain Plus services. This is an implementation science project. And also we established a disease registry that helped us to create cohorts for these 3 diseases of interest to inform us on the patient outcomes and other outcomes to assess the feasibility of implementation. But we are also going to establish the cost and the cost effectiveness of implementing Pen Plus care and intervention packages in these two districts. So just briefly, we have managed to, because we also
Recording
have to
in progress.
And we have to inform and generate knowledge to be able to provide feedback on whether this implementation is feasible and whether we should scale up or not. And a number of manuscripts have already been developed. Pen Plus is about mentorship, and some of our presenters today are actually mentees. So we have about 3 or 4 students that are working on the project looking at various areas, and these are some of the projects that we have. We have a PhD student who is looking at the costs of NCDs, and we have 3 master's students, and we welcome more because it's a huge project, and there's a lot that we can learn from the implementation of this project. And with those few words, I just want to summarize that we did assess our priorities. We identified the strategies that needs to be implemented, what we need to focus on. And then we have now started to, we have established the clinics, and we expect that these clinics, that the initial clinics will be capacitated to be able to train other sites. So we want to make it a model site so that others who want to learn to establish these services at that level can visit Kondoa and Karatu to learn and can be mentored by the team that is actually undergoing intensive treatment. And the main goal of this is to actually mobilize resources globally to make sure that there is adequate funding for these conditions that are actually affecting young and marginalized children. With those, I would like to acknowledge all the partners working with us. That's a picture of the Pen Plus PIs. I think it's a project with so many institutions involved. The overall PI, but I think we have like 12 PIs. As you can see, it's different disease groups, different capacities that are required, and these are the some of the team members that are driving the Pen Plus agenda. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Maige, for introducing the project. So we're asking the audience to keep your questions until the end of all the presentations.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. As it has been introduced by our chair, I'm Dr. Gibson Kagaruki. I'm going to take you through the results for Objective 3 presented by our PI, Dr. Mary Maige, and this is on assessment of community knowledge on NCD in order to inform the PEN Plus initiatives, and this was done in Kondoa and the Klatu districts in Tanzania. Background or introduction: NCD is responsible for about 33% of all deaths that occur in the country of Tanzania. However, due to low awareness and knowledge about NCD, the management of the problem starts late. Why we conducted the assessment of awareness and knowledge? Having correct knowledge and accurate knowledge also having significant having correct and accurate knowledge has significant effect on the precaution against the disease risk and the adoption of prevention measures to reduce the burden of the problem to individual. For the person with a disease, having accurate knowledge and practice help to promote secondary and tertiary prevention measures for the diseased individuals. Community awareness creation and improving detection of detection capacity at the lower level of health facilities, especially at the community level, such as using the community health care workers. We thought it has an impact on the detection and management of the problem, since it facilitates the referral process from the lower level to the higher level, including the community, primary health facility, as well as to the tertiary level. So PEN Plus, as it has been introduced by Dr. Mary, it provides an opportunity for improving first level referral facilities to the district hospital, so that we capacitate the district hospital to receive the case from the lower level. I mean the community level, the dispensary and the center, instead of continuous referral from the community dispensary center to the district. So this study aimed to determine the level of knowledge among the community for the selected 7 NCD conditions, including type 1 diabetics, type 2 diabetics, sickle cell disease, rheumatic heart disease, heart failure, and so forth. So since we are going to create the awareness to the community, we wanted to know the baseline information about the community to identify the gap and where we will insist in terms of awareness creation, especially when we will be creating the message to create awareness to the community. So we wanted to establish the baseline information, the baseline indicator values, so that we can associate the project with whatever we will observe at the end during evaluation phase. Methodology: this study was conducted in 2 districts, Kondoa and Klatu. These districts, Kondoa from Dodoma region and Klatu from Manyara, from Arusha region. And it was a cross-sectional study design with both component, qualitative and quantitative approach. However, I'm going to present the results for the quantitative approach only. The respondents were aged 25 to 64, and our sample size was 528, 208 from Kondoa, and 240 from Klatu district. We included 11 wards, 6 from Kondoa and 5 from Klatu. And in each ward, we randomly selected 2 villages, and in total, we included 22 villages, 12 from Kondoa and 10 from Kalatu. And this was based on the estimated population census of these 2 districts. So we used the proportional allocation. In each village, we randomly selected 24 households, and in each household, we randomly selected 1 individual. So in each village, we interviewed the 24 members. Data collection was done electronically using ODK system, and the analysis was done using Stata version 17. We applied the principal component analysis to cluster the socioeconomic status of each household. We did the inferential analysis using chi-square and the modified Poisson logistics regulation. And the rationale for using modified Poisson was due to the fact that the outcome of interest was more than 10%. Association was significant at p-value less than 0.05, and this study was approved by the National Clearance Committee. In terms of methodology, again, we assessed the level of knowledge. We had some main domain, which was NCD condition. We had some subdomain, for example, the risk factors, prevention measures, complications, signs and symptoms were the subdomains. Each subdomain has some items which we assessed, and later, if one had adequate knowledge about such subdomain, was given a score of 1 and 0 if otherwise. So at the end, we assessed the overall knowledge of each individual for a specific disease, and we categorized the level of knowledge into low, moderate, and high knowledge based on the score, or based on the overall score of each individual. Results. In terms of demographic characteristics, almost more than half of the participants were female, and about 1/3 were aged 25 to 34. Majority, almost 3/4, had primary level of education, and about 69% of the respondents were married. We assessed the overall knowledge about NCD without considering which condition we are focusing. Overall, about 43% of the participants were aware about the term NCD, because most of the study have indicated that there is misconception. The community are mixing between communicable disease and non-communicable disease. Then we wanted to know how many had adequate knowledge about the common known NCD risk factors, the common known prevention measures. Overall, most of the participants had low knowledge on those specific domains. However, those with knowledge, majority were from Kalatu as compared to those from Kondoa. The overall knowledge about NCD, about 80% of the participants had low knowledge on the issue, on the term NCD, non-communicable disease, and only about 11 had high knowledge about NCD in general. For the diabetic types 1, only 15% of the participants were aware with type 1 diabetics. And the components which we assessed, we wanted to know if they know the causes, at least one cause of type 1 diabetics. if they know at least 2 risk factors of type 1 diabetics, at least 2 symptoms of type 1 diabetics, at least 1 complication of type 1 diabetics, and so forth. So at the end, only 5.3% had high knowledge, and only 4.4% had high knowledge, and about 90% of the participants had low knowledge about type 1 diabetics. Type 2 diabetics, this might be reflecting the national program which is ongoing. Almost 80% of the participants were aware of type 2 diabetics. Similarly, we assessed the cause of the disease. We also assessed on the risk factors, symptoms, complication, treatment, and prevention measures. To some extent, majority were aware of the prevention measures, and most of them were from CLAT, as well as the cause of the disease. And at the end, almost 50% of the participants had low knowledge, and about a quarter had high knowledge, and almost 19% had moderate knowledge about type 2 diabetics. Sore throats, about 67% of the participants were aware about sore throats. However, in terms of knowledge on the subdomain, like as symptom of sore throats, cause of sore throats, channel for transmission of sore throats, because sore throats, it's non-communicable disease, but the risk factors, some of them are infectious risk factor. Also, the prevention measure of sore throats, as well as advice to be given to those who are seeking services for sore throats. Majority had good knowledge on where to seek the sore throat service, and as well as on symptom of sore throats. At the end, almost 63% of the participants had low knowledge generally. For the rheumatic fevers, only about 29% were aware of the disease called rheumatic fevers. And in terms of overall knowledge, about 81% had low knowledge about rheumatic fever. Heart failure, about 33% of the participants were aware of the heart failures. And in terms of domains like sign of heart failures, treatment for heart failures, the majority of them had low knowledge about that, about those domains. And generally, almost 3/4 of the participants had low knowledge about heart failure. Sickle cell disease. Generally, most of the participants had low knowledge about sickle cell disease. About 84% of the participants had low knowledge with regard to sickle cell disease. We also went further to assess the factor associated with low knowledge. Generally, we found significant difference between the districts. Maybe there's some intervention which are ongoing, even though the low knowledge was low, but majority who had low knowledge were from Kondoa as compared to Klatu district in terms of NCD NCD knowledge, type 1, type 2, and sore throats. And we also found that education level had significantly contribution. Those who had low education were more likely to have low knowledge on different conditions we assessed. Similarly, significance was also observed on socioeconomic status of the participant. Conclusion. This study observed that there was low knowledge on NCD, there was low level of NCD awareness to the community. The assessment also highlighted that diabetics mellitus is the most known NCD conditions as compared to those to the rest. And as I've put clear before that, maybe this is because of the ongoing national diabetics programs which have been more funded as compared to other NCD conditions. Sickle cell was the least known NCD among the conditions we assessed. Low NCD knowledge was associated with socioeconomic and demographic factors such as education, location, and socioeconomic status. What we recommend, the take-home message, there is a significant need for education, initiative, and campaign to raise awareness about NCD and their risk factors, as well as prevention measures to mitigate the problem. NCD program targeting to create awareness and knowledge to the community should also consider to channel the best channel for reaching people with low socioeconomic and low education level. Thank you for your attention and for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kagaruk, for such a nice talk. Low awareness of the severe NCDs in communities that the PEN Plus project is covering. Education, socioeconomic factors, those are some of the things that predict the knowledge level. So we are now moving to the next presenter, who is Professor Kilonzo. I'm not sure that the Secretariat is already. Professor Kilonzo is supposed to do his presentation virtually. It's already here. Okay, thank you. So if you can, it's number 3. Okay. Professor Kilonzo is a practicing physician at the Kilimanjaro Christian Medical Center in the Kilimanjaro Christian Medical University College. His early experience in managing the introduction of acute peritoneal dialysis in Kilimanjaro between 2009 and 2012 built his interest in quality improvement. Professor Kilonzo is also trained in nephrology, and he has research interest in scare, metabolic syndrome, hypertension, kidney injury, arthritis, non-communicable diseases, just to mention a few. I now wish to welcome Professor Kilonzo for the presentation.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome. It's always good to know everyone is able to hear me. Good afternoon. I was just wondering if anyone can hear me before I proceed.
Yes, we can hear you, Professor. Continue.
Thank you very much. So, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me for the talk, and on behalf of the team of the WHO and class group in Tanzania, I'd like to present our experience in training. The previous presenter talked about awareness in the community, and this is now the time for about the healthcare workers. So we did conduct the training in Kondoa District Hospital, and this is what I'm going to present about. So I don't need to convince this group about the burden of NCD in Tanzania, that is growing, and we need to also not to remove our efforts from malaria, tuberculosis, HIV, but also to increase the balance, to increase the NCDs as well. So resources are needed, and particularly of trained human resource for health. This has already been covered by the previous speaker, and NCD is accounting to, they are projected to surpass death for the coming next year. And in our country, the managers of NCD, such as diabetes, sickle cell, cancer, these are type of the diseases which we think should be prioritized, even at the community level. So the PEMPAS project provides an opportunity to improve care at the first referral level, the first entry level. And here we're talking about the district hospitals and support to community and primary care levels. So this district also will support these communities. So we assess the effectiveness of training the healthcare providers. So the method we used was a seminar, 48 healthcare providers in the Dongma region, at the district hospital, and it was about interactive lectures, PowerPoint, and also PowerPoint practical sessions and demonstrations in echo, in diagnosis of sickle cell as well. The trainers include physicians and doctors from associations, as well as teaching institutions, Muimbili, KCMC, and Benjamin Mkapa. We also have, in the assessment, we had 28 questions, and both relating to the diagnosis and management of the selected serious or serious NCDs, diabetes, rheumatic heart fever, and sickle cell disease. So we had a scoring method which includes the domains, for example, in diabetes, domains on physiology, diagnosis, and treatment. And we had a maximum score depending on the number of questions and the expected score or best score for both heart failure, rheumatic heart disease, sickle cell, and also we also categorize overall NCDs. So we use the OpenKit data ODK for collecting data, and we use Kata version 17 for cleaning and analysis. And we did some inference analysis using also as well the chi-square and modified Poisson logistic regression. And this study was ethically approved. And we also had local authorizations. Participants, the trainees, healthcare workers, gave us informed consent regarding it. So among the 48 trainers, we had 42 complete data. The mean age of participants was 36, and slightly above 52% were above 35 years of age. So it's a half-half kind of situation. The average working time for the healthcare for most is mostly 9 years. So also quite experienced colleagues. The overall training scores improved as expected from a score of 12 to 16 after the training. So specifically trainees, the average scores were better in treatment than in diagnosis, except in sickle cell disease. And the majority were not able to diagnose, that is using clinical symptoms and signs, rheumatic heart disease compared to diabetes. So 47.6% rheumatic heart disease compared to diabetes, which is 54. So diabetes seems to be a little bit better, but still, we're talking about 55%, which is, I would like a higher percentage of that. Knowledge of treatment was 35% in sickle cell and 38. So still, in terms of treatment, we had quite the gaps to be solved. Those working for less than 5 years had a higher proportion of adequate knowledge compared to the more experienced colleagues. And for obvious reasons, maybe their training, they had to do exams earlier. But there was a statistically significant improvement in knowledge and after training. So just to have a feel of what the type of questions and who are able to answer them correctly or not. For example, for the pre-test question and post-test. Diagnosis. a question which was asked, an example was a 25-year-old man presents with weight loss nocturia. You suspect diabetes. What test can you use to diagnose diabetes? So it's a basic question. What test to diagnose diabetes? And the correct answer was random blood glucose and hemoglobin A1C. So you see the proportion of people in the pre-test who were able to get the answer was about 12%. And in post-test, this increased, but still, this question was kind of tricky to 59%. So there was quite an increase in the knowledge. As an example, the questions were not so hard. Even the physiology question, what is the effect of insulin on the blood glucose level? And correct answer was causes a decrease in glucose level. That was well understood with the training. So there was regarding diabetes, simple questions, and similarly sickle cell. There's a proportionate increase after training in all the domains, including diagnosis, complication, risk, etc. So now, drilling a little bit more deeper, the average scores and percentage of training participants who scored, the expected score in different NCD domains. And so there was an increase from 54% to 81% in the domain of diagnosis of diabetes. This was statistically significant. Also in physiology, as well in rheumatic. Heart disease, there's also a diagnosis, and from 47% to 85%. So basically, we're just trying to repeat again and again that the training, it's worthwhile training. But who should we focus our training on? So we try to a little bit looking at the demographics. Demographics age group, although not significant, but when you look at the age below 35 years of age, there was an increase from 5% to 55%, while 35 years and above, the increase is from 22 to 31%. So I'm sorry about that. That is electricity going off. When we look at the gender, where should we focus on? The male gender, there's a special increase from 31 to 35, 75%, compared to the females, where it's only 3.3% who knew the adequate knowledge there. So females and nurses, I think, need to be targeted in improving the knowledge, and also as well, I think we should invest also in colleagues who have been in the field for a longer duration as well, not only the girls. So that will be the kind of groups we need to focus on. But all in all, regarding all genders, cadre or working experience, there has been increase in knowledge. So in conclusion, the 10+ training improved the competence of health, or the knowledge of healthcare workers at Kondoa District Hospital. And training is especially needed among nurses and those with a longer duration of working. And continuing education of nurses on managers on early NCDs should really be focused in this setting and this level in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kilonzo, for such exciting talk. Knowledge levels before the project on the part of health workers, inadequate knowledge, and the need for training. And these are issues that are very relevant to healthcare system when we start talk about increasing access to NCD care. So the next talk will come from from the doctor who is representing Dr. Ruben Mutagawa. And you'll be talking on the progress of Pen Plus clinic at Kondoa cardiac case presentation. Again, you have 15 minutes, up to 15 minutes to give your talk, and we're asking the audience to keep your questions until the end of all the presentations. Karibu. Professor, could you stop sharing the screen so that we can proceed with the next presentation? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Edgar Macha. I'm standing here on behalf of Ruben Mutagwaya. I'm a medical student. I'm taking my master's degree from University of Dodoma. So I'll be presenting on the impact of the Pen Plus clinic, selected cardiac cases, reported presentation and discussion. So this is my outline. So we need to know, first of all, what is rheumatic heart disease? Rheumatic heart disease is one of the major long-term complications following acute rheumatic fever. And acute rheumatic fever is a multisystemic disorder occurring following autoimmune reaction from infection from group A streptococci, whereby as a result, patient will be presenting with streptococcal pharyngitis, which is commonly known as sore throat. Then as a result, this patient will have either one or multiple episode of acute rheumatic fever, and then ending up with rheumatic heart disease. So acute rheumatic fever is a multisystemic disorder affecting multiple parts of the organs, especially, for instance, the joint. But the one and the commonly long-term complication is that of the carditis affecting, resulting into the rheumatic heart disease. So the prevalence of rheumatic heart disease. So worldwide rheumatic heart disease affects about 15.6 million people yearly, and it is responsible for about 300,000 deaths yearly worldwide. In sub-Saharan Africa has a prevalence of 5.7 per 1,000 in children aged 5 to 14 years. In Tanzania, the prevalence ranges from 21.1 to 40.2 per 1,000. So what are the challenges and opportunities in according from Tanzania in regard with the rheumatic heart disease? So rheumatic heart disease has multiple challenges affecting or cross-cutting from different sectors. For instance, the policymakers, we have the burden of the disease progression, pathogenesis, diagnosis, intervention, also and preventive measures. So for instance, when we talk about the challenges in diagnosis, whereby it is found that there is a higher prevalence of subclinical rheumatic heart disease in school children. So what are the recommendations? One of the recommendations is screening for early detection, research on disease-specific biomarker, and I shall talk about this on the upcoming slide. And also on the part of intervention, it is found that we have a challenge whereby the available surgical services with satisfactory outcome. But it is recommended that we have to strengthen this intervention. And in terms of preventive measures, because acute rheumatic fever can be prevented, so it is found that we have to increase health education, intervention on disease awareness, and also to strengthen primary health care and provision of prophylaxis. So here we have a pictorial presentation of the Kondoa training that took place. On the left, you can see the mentorship program which was taking place in the class. Then it was followed by mentorship and training on echocardiograph. So there is an ongoing which will be conducted research on CONDOA on the validation of a simplified echocardiographic criteria for diagnosing subclinical rheumatic heart disease among individuals aged 4 to 24 years at Kondoa district in Dodoma, Tanzania, which will be undertaken from mid-November and under the umbrella of WHO Plan Plus project under the supervision of Dr. Mary Maige, Dr. Ruben Mutagwaya, and Dr. John Meda. So I'll be taking you some of the few hand-picked cases which have been seen at the cardiac clinics at Kondoa. So in case 1, we have a 7-year boy who presented with upper limb joint pain. The boy was febrile, had teeth malocclusion, anemic, no jaundice, no lymphadenopathy, no jaw swelling. We had a diagnosis of sickle cell disease and acute rheumatic fever. So on the full blood picture showed leukocytosis and normocytic hypochromic anemia of the HB of 8.6. So this boy was treated by giving him Maternix and antibiotics. Here we have an echo and an ECG of the boy. Case 2 is a 45 years old male who presented with a difficulty in breathing, general body awareness, no history of cough. On examination, the patient was slightly dyspneic, normal blood pressure, normal heart rate, had no lower limb edema, and was mildly pale. On respiratory system, had bilateral crepitation, and other systems were essentially normal. Ultrasound was done, showed mild ascites and renal parenchyma disease. This patient was referred to Benjamin Kappa Hospital for further management. Case 3, we have a 40 years old male who presented with a progressive symptoms of heart failure. On examination was dyspneic, normal blood pressure, tachycardic in AFib, and mildly pale. On respiratory system, had bilateral crepitations, had bilateral crepitation on abdomen, had ascites. On cardiovascular system, had features of mitral stenosis and mitral regurgitation. The plan was heart failure management and then was referred to JKCI for surgery. Case 4, we have a 45 years old male who was hypertensive, not on regular medication, presented with elevated blood pressure of 180 over 110, and had a pulse rate of 80. This is the echocardiograph. Case 5, we have a 65 years old male, hypertensive, not on regular medication, came with an uncontrolled blood pressure, did investigation, and was managed at the clinic in Kondoa. Case 6, we have a 64 years old male, hypertensive for 7 years, was not on any regular medication, presented with a progressive symptoms of heart failure, history of a readmission due to similar problem, family history of hypertension. On examination, the patient was dyspneic, had elevated blood pressure of 200 over 120 millimeters of mercury. The patient was pale. The lab came out, showed hemoglobin of 9 grams per deciliter, and respiratory system had bilateral crepitation, and per abdomen showed ascites, and cardiovascular system had mitral regurgitation. Ultrasound was done, showed ascites, portal hypertension. So this patient was managed at the clinic, was given anti-failure medication. In case 7, we have a 60 years old male, presented with progressive symptoms of heart failure, had positive history of cigarette smoking, no alcohol. On examination, the patient was mildly dyspneic, had stable vitals. On respiratory system, had bilateral crepitation. Per abdomen exam showed hepatomegaly, and cardiovascular system showed mitral regurgitation. Lab orders showed hemoglobin of 8 grams per deciliter and deranged liver enzymes. Ultrasound showed hepatosplenomegaly and liver masses. So the plan to this patient was referral to BMH for further management. Case 8, we have a 60 years old male female presented with the progressive symptoms of heart failure. On examination, had stable vitals, respiratory system showed crepitations bilaterally, cardiovascular system showed cardiomegaly with mitral stenosis and mitral regurgitation, and on per abdomen had ascites and lab showed as HB of 12. This patient as well was managed at the clinic. Case 9, we have the 74-years-old female presented with progressive dyspnea. On examination, as slightly dyspneic, was pale, had a lower limb edema, and on respiratory system had bilateral crepitation. On the abdomen, it's found to have ascites, hepatosplenomegaly, and on cardiovascular system had mitral regurgitation, MAMA. Ultrasound showed ascites and splenomegaly. So we have seen a total of 9 cases. Apart from these 9 cases, only 3 of these cases were referred to a tertiary hospital. But what is commonly and what was the routine is that all these patients were supposed to be referred to a tertiary hospital, either Benjamin Mkapa or to JKCI. But instead of that, they were able to be managed by the health workers at the Kondoa District Council. So the take-home message is, with Pen Plus on board, many children, youth, and adults with rheumatic heart disease and congenital and cardiovascular diseases will be reached, hence early diagnosis and better survival. So rheumatic heart disease is a preventable disease. No person should die of rheumatic heart disease. Thank you very much.
Rheumatic heart disease is a preventable disease. No patient should die from it. Thank you very much, Dr. Macha, for that presentation. So the next presenter is Dr. Edna Majaliwa. If you could, thank you very much. Yeah, Dr. Majaliwa is a pediatric endocrinologist and Pen Plus co-investigator, graduated from Pediatric Endocrinology Training Center for Africa in Nairobi, Kenya, and currently she's working at Muhimbili National Hospital, the main referral hospital in Tanzania, as a pediatric endocrinologist. She has a special interest in improving care of children with diabetes from the limited resources in African continent. From research perspective, she's interested in genetics of diabetes in children from Africa or region living in Africa. So her talk will be on the progress of Pen Plus Clinic at Kondoa diabetes case presentation. Karibu, Dr. Majaliwa. You have 15 minutes to give your talk.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Chair, for the introduction. So I'm going to take you through what Pen Plus is doing briefly in Kondoa, specifically for patients with type 1 diabetes and those who are on insulin. So this is my outline. The introduction will do cases, challenges, recommendations. So as we all know, the burden of type 1 diabetes in Africa especially is low. It might be low because we're not sure we are diagnosing them or we're missing them and they're dying before we diagnose them. So we have less than 5 per 100,000 population as an incidence. And the services in Tanzania, I'm not sure if you can see them properly, but we have some clinics in different regional and some districts, but not everyone has type 1 diabetes diabetes services. So with Pen Plus, Kondoa has benefited to be among the first to have pediatric diabetes services. So what Pen Plus does, it provides opportunity to improve care in the first level referral facility and supports community and primary care. So we're focusing on early diagnosis, early treatment, reducing complication, and preventing complications. So what we've done in Pen Plus Kondoa, we've screened 32 patients with type 1 diabetes or have type 2, but they're using insulin. Among those, 30 of them are enrolled, and we excluded 2. So, and our aim is to get them earlier. So aim of Pen Plus is early diagnosis. So we got this first case, a female, not first case. We have so far 19 female, 11 males. And we have the mean age of 33.6 years. We have a minimum of, the youngest is 3 years and the highest is 75 years. The mean HbA1c is 13.6. It is poor, it's very high. And most have C-peptide of less than 5, meaning they're either type 1 or they're type 2, but they've used all the reserve and now they are insulin dependent. And this means there are a lot of women outside there who have diabetes, because there are many females who have diabetes compared to males. And we still have young ones in the community. If you can get a 3 years, it means there are more or less than 3 years, more or less than 5 years who are at the community. And intervention is needed since most of them have poor control, and everyone might need insulin sooner. So in terms of early diagnosis, we met HHM, 29-year-old male, was diagnosed on 30th June 2022, presented in hospital with history of inguinal hernia, did not have any symptoms of diabetes initially, but was screened for diabetes, had a family history of diabetes, and was started on oral hypoglycemic. When he came to the clinic, he had his diary, which with blood glucose fairly well controlled. He knew what to eat, how to eat, the amount, and what exercise to take. The HbA1c was 9, and his C-peptide were fairly close to normal, 4.7. And so this was early diagnosis, and the treatment started early, so we can maintain a C-peptide for a longer time and maintain his blood glucose at level we want. We have a second one with MMJ, 53 years old female, non-type 1 diabetes patient since 1999. And at that time, he presented in DKA, was on Mixed-Ad, 10 international units in the morning, 20 international units in the evening, about 0.5 international units per kilo per day, which is low for a type 1, and who has been with diabetes for all that long, and had nocturia and had episodes of hypoglycemia, mainly after meal, and she injects a few minutes after meals, and she was hypertensive too. But in her family, she had 3 other siblings who have diabetes, and the mother has diabetes. They were all on insulin except the mother. So when we examined, literally was normal, and so we did a C-peptide, which was low, 1.6. HbA1c was above 16. We expect the normal to be less than 6.5%, and had urea high a little bit, and creatinine was in the normal level. So we changed the regimen, so to go to the correct treatment. So we changed the regimen from Mixed-Ad 22, Mixed-Ad AM and PM, then we changed them to prim breakfast, lunchtime, and Mixed-Ad pre-supper, and adjusted the antihypertensives. So how we're reducing complications, we have an AEM, 22 years old male, non-hypertensive since 2015. At presentation, he had DKA and had been on insulin since then. I'd started on insulin at 22 international units AM and 12 international units, which is about 0.7. Occasionally had nocturia and had no hypoglycemia, had no family history of diabetes, and had never had DKA except the initial one. And clinically was stable, and the C-peptide 0.6, which is low. HbA1c was 15%, which is very high. Ada urea of 23, and creatinine of 297, which are very high. We're going to renal insufficiency. So we adjusted the insulin doses and started on captopril so we can protect the renal. So the presence of Pen Plus Clinic had helped him to prevent going to the chronic renal disease. And then we want to prevent complication. We want to empower patients. So we met PJ, who was 19-year-old boy and non-diabetes since 2019. I started on insulin and on insulin 3 times a day. Has a history of diabetes, and he was doing self-blood glucose monitoring at home, but most of his blood glucose were high. And father was a farmer, so could not afford the strips all the time. And so we came up with a diagnosis that this child is poorly controlled, type 1 diabetes, because of the HbA1c at 15 and C-peptide at 0.9. So we adjusted the dose and gave him a diary to monitor. So the subsequent visit, I'm not sure if you can see it clearly, but the subsequent visit, the blood glucose had improved, so we did not have any hypers in his diary. So in conclusion, a lot of efforts are needed to reach patients at the lower levels. Then there's need to train on NCD management in lower facility. Capacities strengthen can empower lower facilities to provide Pen Plus care and appropriate referral for patients. So more emphasis should be targeted to primary health care. Mechanisms should be put in place to improve diagnosis and then proper management and prevention of complication. And would like to acknowledge all this one involved. Asante sana, no child should die of diabetes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Majaliwa. Now we are very close to the end of our satellite session. This time we have Dr. Deogratis Soka coming to present on strengthening sickle cell disease services at district level, the case of Kondoa district in Tanzania. Dr. Soka is the director of the sickle cell of Tanzania Sickle Cell Disease Alliance. He has background health informatics with a vast experience in clinical research, training, and advocacy. Most of his work focuses on non-communicable disease, particularly sickle cell disease. He championed the establishment of sickle cell disease cohort, which is the world's largest single center sickle cell disease cohort. With 14 years of experience, Dr. Soka has been involved in several projects which have transformed the sickle cell service care in Tanzania. Dr. Soka is a medical doctor by profession and the former national NCD coordinator for sickle cell Pan-African Research Consortium in Tanzania. Dr. Soka, the platform is yours. Karibu.
Thank you. Thank you very much for welcoming note. I'm going to take you through the experience of Pen Plus project in Kondoa region, particularly on sickle cell disease. So, as we know, the sickle cell is the single most important genetic blood disorder globally, and the burden of sickle cell globally, the number of children which are being born with sickle cell disease is around 400,000 every year, and most of these children are being born in sub-Saharan Africa and Indian subcontinent. And in Tanzania, sickle cell disease, the prevalence is 14,000 children being born every year with sickle cell disease, particularly in the regions endemic to malaria, which are the lake zone regions and the regions in the central part of Tanzania, as well as the coast region all the way from Tanga to Mtwara. And if not intervened, sickle cell is a fatal disease, and with up to 90% of children being born with sickle cell disease succumbing to death before their second birthday. So in Tanzania, sickle cell disease contributes up to 7% to the under 5 mortality. But of importance is the prevalence of sickle gene, the sickle trait, in this country, whereby up to 20% of the population are estimated to be carrying the sickle cell gene. And if we refer to our last year's census, this means that up to 12 million Tanzanians are walking around with sickle cell gene. So, what is being done in the area of sickle cell in Tanzania? So a lot has been done in all aspects of which are important in this disease, all the way from policy to prevention. And in terms of policy, sickle cell disease has been included in the strategies for NCD control in this country, and Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the stakeholders, launched the sickle cell treatment guideline 5 years ago, and this year in October, we had the launch of the second treatment guideline for the same. In terms of service, now we are having sickle cell specific clinics in all regional referral hospitals, and we are glad that we have started providing the advanced therapies such as exchange blood transfusion and bone marrow transfusion in tertiary facilities, particularly Benjamin Mkapa, Muhimbili National Hospital, and Bugando. But again, introduction of hydroxyurea, which is a game changer in the improving the quality of people living with sickle cell disease, has been taken into account, and now the drug is being made available to our patients. Tanzania is a hub for sickle cell research, and we are the leaders of in this area of sickle cell disease. We are hosting the largest SCD cohort globally, the single center cohort, with more than 7,000 patients up to now enrolled in this cohort. And also we have a lot of our scientists doing great work in the area of sickle cell, particularly in research. But we are also the lead country in the SPARCO, which is Sickle Pan-African Research Consortium, and we are the lead country for this. And as you might recall, during the launching of this NCD regional conference, one of the research gurus in sickle cell disease was awarded with the recognition for the great work that is being done in research in Tanzania. Advocates, as we have seen that the knowledge, the awareness of this disease, particularly in the community, is still very low. If you look at the results that were presented by Dr. Kagairuki, sickle cell had the least knowledge in the community. So advocacy is very important in sickle cell disease, and we are doing some to improve the advocacy despite this, but the knowledge is still very low. Like Kenny, as we've seen, we had our one of the SCD advocates awarded yesterday, the day before yesterday, for the advocacy work that she's doing, Ms. Arafa, who is a sickle cell patient. But again, as you heard, there's a song, sickle cell song, which was the only song, specific disease song for NCD, which one of the our local musician composed, and is being performed to increase the awareness. So we hope we will make progress in the area of awareness. Training as well, and again, we have two very important programs that has been launched in this country. One of them is early infant screening, which is happening in all regional referral hospitals. And again, there's a preventive program for our youth to do premarital counseling and screening for sickle cell disease, which goes by the name of Jamduara. But of very importance is what happened a few weeks ago, whereby there's a directives from the Ministry of Health that all district hospitals now should do early screening for all children born in the district hospitals. So we think this is a very important step toward the early diagnosis and treatment of sickle cell disease, which is one of the objectives of PEN+, WHO PEN+. So I won't repeat this because my colleague who just presented had talked about the objectives of PEN+, but I'll go straight to what we've done in Kondoa. So after assessing the knowledge was low and there was no clinic in Kondoa. There was no capacity for diagnosing sickle cell disease, and the specific treatment for routine treatment for sickle cell disease, as I said, hydroxyurea was not available at Kondoa. So after this baseline assessment, we did the training, as my colleagues illustrated before, and we are doing supervision and mentorship continuously every month at Kondoa to ensure that the knowledge among the health workers is strengthened, to build capacity among the health workers. Now we've established the clinic at Kondoa. There's a specific clinic which runs every month at Kondoa District Hospital, and then the diagnostic services have been made available, so the patients do not have to travel all the way to Benjamin Mkapa, which is almost 150 kilometers, seeking for diagnostic services. And again, our clinic is providing hydroxyurea at the site, so a patient can routinely get their drugs right away at the Kondoa District Hospital. So to date, we have been able to recruit 9 patients in our sickle cell clinic, and among these 5 we are attending their clinic at Benjamin Mkapa, which is 150 kilometers away from Kondoa, but now they are attending the clinic at Kondoa. And 4 of these were newly diagnosed at that site. All of these patients now have been initiated with all routine drugs for sickle cell management, which are folic acid, PNV, but importantly, hydroxyurea. And among these nine cases, 3 of them were under 5s, and 4 were 5 to 10 years, and 1 teenager and 1 adult was 43 years. And in case of gender, 4 were male and 5 were female. So of very much interest is the one case that we diagnosed, which was below 1 year. As I said, that most of the mortality happens before 2nd year. So when we diagnose them early, it's better. So among these 9, one of the new diagnostic was below 2 years. So this plus to PEN+. And another thing is all of them among these patients, among these cases, had the chronic sickle cell complications. So we hope with them being monitored closely at our PEN+ clinic, we'll be able to prevent them from getting the chronic complications of sickle cell disease. Of importance are 2 cases that I want to bring up to you. One case is an 80-year-old female from Kondoa who was confirmed with sickle cell disease at Benjamin Mkapa 2 years back, and was started on hydroxyurea. But due to technicalities such as finance and distance, this patient was not attending the clinic at Benjamin Mkapa, so there was no refill of hydroxyurea. And during the mentorship visit, we found this patient admitted in the ward with vaso-occlusive crisis, and she reported frequent admissions due to the same. So this patient was managed and was put on hydroxyurea, discharged home, and now she's getting her hydroxyurea from the site in Kondoa, and now it's 5 months since the discharge, and she has not reported any episode of vaso-occlusive crisis. Another one is not a sickle cell case, but it's of interest because this was 17 years old male with recurrent history of blood transfusion for 4 months, and this patient was being managed conservatively as a sickle cell case at the district hospital and was kept on folic acid with no improvement. So this patient was reviewed in August 2023 by the Pen Plus team, and because now the site has a capacity to diagnose for sickle cell, we run HB electrophoresis just to find out that this patient had no sickle cell disease, but rather was AA. So this patient was referred to Benjamin Mkapa for further investigations, and later this patient was confirmed to be having aplastic anemia. So our clinics, what are we doing? The efforts that we are doing to reduce complications, as I said, in terms of sickle cell, the monthly follow-up clinics and refill of routinely medications used for sickle cell, and screening for SCD-related complications yearly, annually, whereby we are doing ultrasound, echo, and soon we'll start doing transcranial Doppler. And for those patients who are having indications for severe disease, we refer them early, we do early referral to Benjamin Mkapa for advanced therapies, which are exchange blood transfusion or bone marrow transfusion. So what are the challenges? As we know, this is a common challenge, the workload. So with specific clinics, with a comprehensive care, always the work to the health workers, we hope increases. So in a way, we have increased the workload in a already decapitated care system. Also, the knowledge, attitude, and practice among the health workers, there's still a gap. We really need to refine this so as to get best results. And again, as we had said, the awareness in all settings, both in the hospital setting and in the community, is still low. So what are we doing, and what we're proposing as a way forward is to continue with training and retraining and mentorship. We need to start doing community programs, which includes both awareness and screening and referral to the facilities. If possible, we need to lobby for more health workers, because this is a national issue. And then early infant screening will be the game changer for early diagnosis for genetic diseases such as sickle cell disease. So this takes me to the end of my presentation. And if you're wondering how to get to Kondoa, Kondoa is very accessible and is a very beautiful township. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Soka, for that very stimulating talk. The last presenter is Dr. Grace Kafuru, who is going to give a talk on site healthcare provider from Kondoa and the Karatu experience of implementing Pen Plus mode of care provider perspective. Karibu, Dr. Kafuru.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grace Kafuru, a medical officer from Kondoa District Hospital. Also, I'm an NCD coordinator and a Penny Plus focal person. So I'm going to share with you little experience on the working site at Kondoa with the Penny Plus. Yeah. Okay, to start on, as we know, the burden of Penny Plus, of NCD, the Penny Plus has implemented and taken the action to shift the health services to the primary level. So, to start with, the impact of Penny Plus of NCD at Kondoa, the Penny Plus has improved the quality of care services. So, to start with, the health work were trained. There was a training which was conducted at March. Most of the health workers at the Kondoa District Hospital were attended this training. So we were capable to diagnose, early diagnosis, to manage, and to conduct monthly clinic for the follow-up of the NCD patients. Yeah. By improving the quality of care services, the NCD patients has been benefited because the Penny Plus has bought us diagnostic tools. These are medical equipments. They have bought us HB1 machine, C-peptide machine, also HB electrophoresis machine. So we are able to diagnose patients at a very early stage when they come to our facility. Also, Penny Plus has bought us medication. The medication for sickle cell, now we are able at the level of district to have hydroxyurea, to have insulin for the patients, antihypertensive and anti-heart failures, drugs, all are available at the district level. Also, we are having monthly clinics where the specialists come there at Kondoa, they mentor us, they teach us. Now we are able to perform echocardiogram. We take a good view of images of cardiogram and we share with the chief. We reach conclusion for the management of the patients. By improving the health services, now we can see the patient at Kondoa district, they are benefited. They don't travel to go to Bemwechi. Previously, they were supposed to go there monthly for their clinics, for their follow-up. But now, all services they got at Kondoa District Hospital. So, working with Penny Plus is very nice and very beneficial for the patient living with the NCD condition at our district there at Kondoa. So we have seen the challenge. The most challenge is that most of the people at the community level, they are not aware with NCD disease. So they came at our facility when they have symptoms or complication of those NCD diseases. So we recommend that we should have community outreach to educate the people in the community. Also, we recommend to have community screening at the community level in order to to enable the patient not to come at late stages. So prevention is better than management. To sum up or to conclude, PenPlus has done a great work at our district level, at Kondoa there. We as the workers, we witness the improvement of the patient. Now we are following up during monthly clinic. The patient, they don't have those complications, they are stable. So we welcome other stakeholders to work with us at Kondoa. It is a nice place, so you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kafuru, for such a nice witness. PenPlus has done a great work in Kondoa. It has increased access to diagnostics and treatment for patients with severe NCDs. So it is now time for questions. And I would think that we start with the at least first 5 questions. We have some 15 minutes for this discussion. Can we see hands of people wanting to ask questions? Yes. Yes, raise up your hands if you want to ask questions. We have at least the first 5.
Thank you very much to all the panelists for this very interesting presentation on PenPlus. My name is Mads Mund. I'm with the World Diabetes Foundation. I've been able to follow the rollout of the PenPlus in Malawi. It's very, of course, very exciting to see it happening here in Tanzania as well. So my question is, sorry, to the model and sort of understanding the differentiation between the 3 disease areas that are focused on rheumatic heart disease, type 1, and sickle cell, and how this plays together with the other NCDs at the facilities. Because at least that's my experience from Malawi, is that there was sometimes some confusion at the facility levels in the districts on, you know, should we only focus on PenPlus, or does focusing on PenPlus also include the broader pen? So, you know, you also have chronic type 2 patients in need of insulin and so on. So I would love to hear your thoughts on that. And then just an extension of that question would be then to ask how, because the first panelist also talked about synergies. So I would like to hear, you know, how you synergize or look to synergize with other programs within the NCD area. So of course there is the national NCD program that we are supporting with the TDA and the Ministry of Health and PORALG. So how is that exchange taking place? And also within the type 1 area specifically, because I know that there are also the Changing Diabetes in Children program that focuses on type 1. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Second question. That one will go to Dr. Mary. It's sort of high level.
Yes. I would like to thank all the presenters. My question goes to Dr. Mary again. As someone working at a cancer center, I was wondering what were the rationale for including only childhood cancers or infectious related cancers? What about the other cancers?
Next question, please. I saw a hand here.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's not a question, rather a compliment to the project and investigators for doing such a great work to decentralize the services to the lower level. And I'm so impressed with the cases like sickle cell, the way they've been able to follow the patients and the improved quality of life to those patients. So for me, I'm just congratulating you, but I think we need, in the project now, we'll need kind of multi-intervention strategies because we've not yet the lower level of knowledge at the community side. But again, even for the care providers, we have to be very careful for them to be able to diagnose properly, because having the diagnostic tools is one thing, but having adequate knowledge to properly diagnose is another thing. So for me, it's just to congratulate you and to advocate for more services to be scaled down to the community level, to this primary care level, because of the existence challenges that we've noted in various areas, including the transport logistics, the income issues, which we have now seen how the projects have proven to be beneficial to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw a hand here, but that was a compliment rather than a question. Let's lose.
Thank you very much, dear presenters, but also I commend the team for these brilliant efforts. I mean, the Pen Plus project is remarkable. My question goes to Dr. Soka in particular, not necessarily related to the Pen Plus project, but to sickle cell disease and the link with diabetes. I just wanted to understand, within the project, do you also screen your children for diabetes, knowing that they are at risk? And just to get your thought on this. Thank you.
Okay, I only see those hands. I would now like to welcome Dr. Mary to start responding.
Hello? Hello? So this is not working. Hello? Okay, better. Thank you. Thank you for the nice question. So the Pen Plus model, because Pen Plus, as you rightly mentioned, that it is being implemented in a number of countries, and we chose the 3 diseases in Tanzania because of the existing capacity that we had, and also we could not take everything. So some of the sites are actually focusing on other conditions like cancer, chronic respiratory diseases, because in the end we are working as a group to bring about the evidence for the scale-up of Pen Plus condition. But also within the sites that we're working in, we do receive patients that have other severe conditions. So it's only that we are, because we are providing services, but we also have a research component. So for the research component, we have restricted to the 3 diseases, because we are providing medication, we are providing the tests, we are providing all the necessary supports to create, to create a perfect environment so that we can study the outcomes when you invest in providing care for these diseases. So we do provide care for others, as you've seen, there are patients that had other conditions, but they were able to be screened and confirmed to have other diagnoses. So it does reach other people outside the scope of the condition that we've described in our setting. But also we do accept patients, the type 2 diabetes patients that are uncontrolled. So we do C-peptide tests to confirm whether they require insulin, and immediately, if they do require insulin, enroll them into the Pen Plus clinic and provide the insulins. And all these medications are provided for free for those who are within the catchment area for the project. And Dr. Saloom, coming to your question, why childhood cancers? In my introductory remarks, I did mention that these are marginalized. So we're talking about we selected the cancers or the diseases that are affecting the poor and also marginalized populations. And within the NCD scope, we talk mostly of breast cancers, we talk prostate cancers. We hear a lot about this, but we hardly hear about childhood malignancies. And also in terms of financing, most of the time you find that these are not included in the UHC packages, because the initial global agenda was for the 4x4s, those condition that was secondary to lifestyle factors, and not really these other cancers that are related to maybe that are hereditary or related to the exposure to infectious diseases, and these are diseases that are actually affecting the poor and marginalized population. So that was the focus. That is the focus of PEN+. And thank you, Eliza, for your compliment. And we strive to make sure that we inform, we are able to inform, make a case for investment in primary healthcare for NCD. So we're very happy to hear about that. I think I'll stop there. Those are all the questions, but if you allow me, I can comment also on the community. How do we plan to reach the communities? But I'll stop here.
Thank you. To respond to your question, the answer is no. We are not screening for diabetes in children, but as a take-home point about screening, the global standard for sickle cell screening is to do newborn screening. We did pilot in Tanzania on newborn screening using DBS. It was successful, but it had a number of challenges. That's why we have resorted to early infant screening, whereby we expect before a child completes the vaccination, should be tested for sickle cell disease. But as for diabetes, we don't screen. But I invite my colleague, Dr. Edna, who can speak on screening for diabetes in children.
Thank you, Soka, and thank you for the question. About diabetes, specifically for type 1, what we screen about complication. The problem is there might be genetic at risk, but then they might not develop diabetes at the end. So if you screen them, you're not going to do anything about them. So we're not screening in type 1. But because we've changed lifestyle, probably we're getting a lot of obese kids. So we'll start screening for type 2 maybe soon. Asante.
Can we have more questions? Are we having more questions? I don't see more hands. Do we have more questions? That means that people have exhausted all what they have, and the presenters were very clear. So thank you very much, the presenters, for the nice work that you have done in trying to disseminate the science of PEN+. And from the witness from Kondoa, it sounds that PEN+ is improving access to care, because PEN+ has managed to improve access to diagnostics, treatment, and the people in Kondoa are very happy about that. So thank you very much, the team, for enabling that. If there are no questions, this marks the end of this satellite session. Thank you very much, the organizers, for preparing for this one. Asante sana. I was asked to tell the audience that after this session, we all move to the, is it Mount Meru wing, second floor for lunch. That is what I was advised to communicate. Thank you very much.
So we welcome all partners to come and take photos with us. We are moving to a photo session with the understanding that it's now lunch break. So you're most welcome to engage with the team if you wish. I see Dr. Naomi, I see